fit in? Thank you. Thanks, Randy. Thank you very much.
diep in die grond en is hy nou klap. Nie nat, maar klap. So dit lyk fantasties. Dan is my ander een toe, so dis nou die mikro en pas na die druppers toe. En hy, sonder hy weet, ken hy te veel, maar nou die timing is so goed. Baie se wortels uit 2 jaar oorgeskakel van mikro's van druppers toe. Die pype begin weer en whatever en ons wou druppers te gaan. So daagter, nou gee hy dieselfde logika, maar druppers is minder vloei, of meer vloei op die oppervlak. So wat jy daar kry is, hy's droog op die boonste 400, 500 en hy's paksop na onder en daar wortels vloei op. Maar daai wortels is nog so dik wat opvloei. Like, dat is ernstig. Die letterlik hy wortel gaan so dan. Lyk soos 'n sambreel onderste bo in die grond gedruk het. Ja. En die ding is, want jy doen dieselfde ding met verskillende sisteme en jy doen het blind. Kan nie. So meer is om te weet. Like, en moet. En hy het in sy lewe nog nooit grondkop. Hoe hy grondkop meet. Kijk. Het ek gesweet toe ek in die blok instap. Kijk, ek besproei. Ja, jy sê jy moet. Yes, ek is rarig en ek sê nog nie genoeg van die presentation nie, maar my koste is af, my resultate is op. Herlewing boerdery, as jy 'n pryspremie nodig het om herlewing te doen, moet jy dit probeer. Ernstig, like dis regtig, ek kan dit nie genoeg sê. Like, ja. Die recording. Ja. Die ding is die goed verander. Maar ek het die vraag gevra, so as 'n PhD wat nou gepubliseer word. Hy is gepubliseer en hy gaan en hy is nog nie beskikbaar nie, maar dit was hy basies op die punt. En daarso hulle het waterverbruik en efficiency en wortelmassa gemeet en vergelyk tussen appels jaar 1 tot 3 en die kort intervalle was elke 5 dae omtrent, die medium intervalle was elke 10 dae, en die lang intervalle het tot elke 16 dae opgehou. Een verskil tussen die standaard, shoot length, vrug size, kwaliteit en yielding.
Nee, is dit ja.
Maar hulle het van die kortste besprekingsiklusse het 4800 uur per jaar vir hektaar nodig gehad.
Ik weet niet waar het is. Ja, nee, praktisch.
En hulle letterlik dubbel die wortels.
Oké, hierdie ene. Neem ek nie. Ai.
Soms genoeg, 16 maand siklus. Effens meer, dan selfs wat boonste 200 meer wortels. En dan, soos wat die dieper gaan, is dit meer en meer en meer. Soos in letterlik...
Wat sê, wil jy, ek moet hom oopmaak of sê ek?
Nee. As die ander manier meet, is dit meer as dubbel.
Ja, nee, maar is hy reg? Nee, wat jy kan te ver het sê. Oké, ja, en ek weet so.
Nou, sien ek daar was ons wat weet, dis nou ons makarone street daar. Yes, die jaar was het. Sad, ja, die was hier raar om te werk. Presentations was nie minder. Maar ek vraag die vraag, die enigste
ons begin, ons wil die program so sinvol as moontlik hou, so ek het vir die laan hierso wat ons tydsbestuur gaan doen. Hy's al klaar op my keis. Maar die hele idee is dat ons juist lekker vermaklik kan wees en nie gefrustreerd raak dat ons oor tyd loop en uit gaan nie. Maar ek wil net gou, namens my en Laan, ek het net gehoor, dis ons tweede keer dat ons hierdie geleentheid hou, en laas het ons besluit om dit sommer in Afrikaans te doen, in die reaksie op meeste van ons kliënte, en omdat daar so min goed is wat Afrikaans is, but you say anybody who doesn't understand Afrikaans. Okay, dankie toch.
Was ek, is there anyone who doesn't understand English?
Okay, ek gaan in Afrikaans en is van die mense wat Engels gaan praat en soorts, maar ek wil net welkom sê aan almal. Namens my en Laan, die van julle wat nie vir Laan ken nie, Laan is my vernoot in Labserve, hy is eintlik die groot baas. Sy pa het Labserve in Stellenbosch begin in 1978 en hy het oorgeneem by sy pa en so en van daar af het ons op die oude Labserve hier begin en daar's nou Labserve in Tzani. So hy is my vernoot en hy is eintlik maar die ou wat grootliks die besigheid aan die gang hou en sorg dat alles in plek is en saam met natuurlik die span hier in die Kaap en dan 'n groot span in die noorde. So op die oomblik kan jy amper sê iets soos 'n franchise, maar ons verkoop nie franchise nie. Maar so net namens Laan en myself baie welkom. Die van julle wat my nie ken nie, ek lees daar en maak my ongemaklik, hier's 'n paar mense wat ek nie ken nie. My naam is Pieter Raad en die lab het net so vinnig, die lab het begin so 5-6 jaar terug. Dit was net ek en Koos gewees. Die meeste van julle ken seker vir oom Koos. Waar is hy? Daar sit oom Koos. Dit is net ons twee gewees en hy was die ou gewees wat al die werk gedoen het en van daar af het die lab gegroei tot waar hy vandag is. Koos is nog afgetree, maar is lekker om hom te hê, so ek wil net eintlik hierdie dag gebruik om hom te eer vir die rol wat hy gespeel het. Ek dink nie net in die Labserve geval nie, maar baie van julle lewens en die verhouding wat hy met julle het en die pad wat hy gestap het al deur die jare. So Koos, is lekker dat jy hier is. Dankie vir jou bydrae tot Labserve om Labserve te help staan maak en verhoudinge ensovoorts te bou. So ek wil net graag begin met aanmerking. Julle ken nou almal, julle weet nou almal seker van Stephen Covey, van die ou van 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Nou het ek aanhaling wat hy sê dat vertroue is die grond wat in die lewe en dis die basiese, dis die fondasie waarop verhoudinge gebou word. Nou, ek dink dit is waar Labserve ontstaan het. Ek het Koos gesels en ons het besluit, ons wil 'n lab begin en daar's 'n klomp ander mense, Koenraad was betrokke gewees. Dit is alles gebaseer op verhoudinge. En daai verhoudinge was gebaseer op vertroue. En dit is wat Labserve voorgaan. Ons wil hê, en ons beginsel waarvandaan ons werk, is dat mense ons kan vertrou. Dat hulle weet, hulle sal 'n eerlike antwoord van ons kry. Hulle sal weet as ons aangejaag het en ons het 'n goeie voorbeeld was. Ek het net op Johan hier so gehad. Ons het so ruk terug en het ons ons is aangejaag met 'n stel lenings wat net verby geglip het en daar was 'n fout gewees. En ons is bereid op pad te staan. Ons sal nie vir julle jok nie. Ons sal nie, as ons nie kan help nie, as ons 'n fout gemaak het, dan wil ons staan ons pa daarvoor en as ons julle nie kan help nie, dan sal ons dit sê. As iets verkeerd gegaan het, sal ons dit sê. Maar daarmee saam wil ons ook hê julle met ons diens vertrou. Dat ons die beste doen wat ons kan. Elke monster wat inkom en die span weet dit, en ons is 'n klein span, maar die span weet dit. Elke monster monster wat inkom, is vir ons belangrik. En ons doen daai monster en ons hanteer dit na die beste van ons vermoë. En ja, ons maak foute by tye en ons is nie perfek nie. Dit is definitief so. En partykeer gebeur goed wat jy net nie kan verklaar nie. Dis net, maar dan sal ons pa staan daar en ons sal vir jou dit sê. En is lekker om te kan verduidelik wat verkeerd gegaan, maar partykeer kan jy nie eens. Dit is die realiteit van 'n laboratorium. So ek wil net sê dat so een van die goed van vandag, hoekom ons hierdie dag begin het, en dit is 'n bietjie ander styl, kort lesertjies, en dat is die idee dat ons gesels, want ons wil ook hê julle moet weet hoe ons dink, sodat julle ons kan vertrou. As ek 'n opinie het, dan wil ek hê dit moet 'n ingeligte opinie wees. So ons gaan met julle idees en standpunte deel oor hoe dink ons daaroor, en ons wil julle kommentaar, julle terugvoer. As julle van ons verskil, as julle sê, luister, julle is van verkeerd, jy dink nie hier reg nie, dan is dit vandag die dag wat jy dit vir ons moet sê. Want ons wil by julle hê dat julle op dieselfde bladsy as ons moet wees. Dat as iemand vir ons kontak, 'n kliënt vir ons kontak, dat dit wat ons vir julle antwoord, nie net wetenskaplik en akademies korrek is, maar prakties en realisties en van waarde is. So dis eintlik waar die dag gaan. So ons is nie hier om vir julle te leer nie. Dis nie die dag nie. Okay, so as 'n paar, weet jy, so klomp mense laas jaar in die klas, julle sal weet, die dag is nie eintlik om vir julle te leer nie, dit is eintlik om by mekaar te leer. So dis waaroor die dag gaan. Ek wil net voordat ons verder gaan, net rondom die hele konsep van vertroue. Soos ek gesê het, ons is nie perfek nie, jy weet, en 'n ou kan jou beste probeer, jy kan met die beste poging aanwend, maar dit is goed om te onthou dat 'n mens nie perfek is nie, en nie ten volle betroubaar is nie. En in dit wil ek net verwys na die persoon van Jesus Christus. Hy is die enigste een wat werklik betroubaar is. Hy is die enigste een wat werklik die model kan stel daarvan, van wat dit beteken om betroubaar te wees. So in die poging om betroubaar te wees, in die poging om eerlik te wees, openlik te wees, opreg te wees, besef 'n mens dat jy is nie perfek nie, maar ons kan kyk na hom. Okay. En hy het voorsiening gemaak, en hy is een waar, ek dink die hele beginsel van en ons etiek waarna ons streef. Okay. So ek wil net aan hom erkenning gee, as die een wat vir ons hoop gee, en wie ons probeer, en met die werklikheid, en die besef dat ons nie altyd perfek is nie. Okay. So ek wil net voor ons begin, kan ons net ons oë sluit en net hierdie dag kan hom opdrag. Vader, dankie dat ons so saam kan wees. Dankie vir die voorreg om so tussen 'n klomp mense te wees wat almal besef dat in die landbou is ons nie in beheer nie. Ons is afhanklik van U, van die klimaat wat U ons gee, van omstandighede, van soveel goed, maar ook van mekaar. Ons bid Here dat hierdie dag ons gemaklik met mekaar sal saam wees en lekker sal gesels en mekaar sal vertrou om ook dit wat in ons gedagtes is en die perspektiewe wat ons het, met mekaar te kan deel en mekaar te kan vertrou dat dit wat ons deel omtrent onsself en ons eie denke, dat dit met die belangstelling en met die liefde en met die eerlikheid en omgee ook na geluister sal kom. Ons bid Here dat elkeen wat hier is vandag sal ervaar dat dit 'n dag is waar ons geborge kan voel tussen mekaar, met mekaar. En dankie dat ons U kan vertrou in alle opsigte en veral wat ons ewige bestemminge betref. U daar gewys dat U betroubaar is en dat U die bewyse vir ons gegee dat in alle opsigte ons U kan vertrou en dat U U seun gegee het om vir ons te sterf. Ek vra dit vir in Jesus naam. Amen. Dankie. Goed, net 'n paar praktiese reëls voor ons aangaan. Die toilette as ons breek. Daar's 2 stelle toilette binne in die lab. Die een is as jy in die gang afstap reg af onder toe en voor jy by die laaste vertrek kom onmiddellik links. Kan ons vra dat die dames dit sal gebruik? Dan die mans is in die buitekant van die lab, omstap op die heel agterste punt aan die buitekant is daar deur, as die mans daai toilet kan gebruik en dan, as daar 'n tou ontwikkel, Expedico was so gaaf gewees om te sê ons kan hulle toilette gebruik, dis net voor kan die pad, daar's bordjies wat sal aandui, dis net, stap net voor kan die pad tussen daai twee geboue deur, en daar's ook toilette. Ja, want laas jaar was ons baie minder mense en daar maar 'n tou ontwikkel. So as daar 'n tou is, julle kan met enige tyd daai kan, daar's beide mans en dames toilette. Goed, dan die program. Soos ek gesê het, die idee en julle koevertjies gekry, julle penne gekry. Die idee is dat ons gesprek voer. So ons het baie tyd gemaak vir gesprek. So terwyl 'n persoon aanbiedings maak en jy kom 'n vraag of iets op by jou, maak asseblief 'n aantekening en neem dan die vrymoedigheid dit op te haal om daaroor te praat. As julle nie gaan nie, dan gaan net mense op hulle name begin uitroep. So asseblief, neem die vrymoedigheid, gebruik die koevert om aantekeninge te maak as daar vrae. So die doel van die dag, soos ek gesê het, is dat ons by mekaar leer en mekaar se perspektiewe sien. En as hier opinie gemaak word hiervoor, waarmee jy nie saamstem nie of wat jy dink nie prakties is nie, sê dit asseblief. Okay. En as daar 'n vraag is en kom ons hanteer scenario's. As jy dink aan 'n scenario, ek het hierdie probleem gehad, jy het dit gesê, maar ek pas nie lekker in hierdie scenario nie, haal dit op, asseblief. Okay. Goed. En dan die laaste ding is dat ons hierdie is die tweede dag wat ons hierdie geleentheid hou. Laas het ons 'n klomp goed bespreek waarna ons soort van sal terugverwys. Ek gaan in elk geval. As jy enige van daai inligting wil hê, het sy wat vandag uitkom, norme van die vorige lesings, ek sal daarna verwys, byvoorbeeld berekeninge, wat mense te help wat ontledings by ander labs doen. Daai tipe goed, as julle daai inligting soek, asseblief, kontak vir Jana, hulle kan vir haar en julle meeste van julle behoort vir hulle haar e-pos adres hê. Stuur vir haar die e-pos, neem vrymoedigheid en vra vir ons daarvoor. Dit is niks wat ons doen nie, al die inligting wat ons het, en ek word baie keer daaroor aangemaan deur ander mense, is letterlik verniet, of jy nou kliënt van Labserve is of nie. En dit is op ons website ook, ja, baie van dit. En as jy nie daai inligting daar kry nie, asseblief, neem vrymoedigheid om ons te vra. Goed.
Dit ons gaan inspring. Eerst is daar die term spreker en dit formeel. Maar
eerste aanbieder is Goeie. Goeie is uit die noorde van Mpumalanga, hy boer met macadamias daar. Hy is eintlik 'n boer nie. Hy het 'n boer geword. Ek laat hy homself, ek dink hy gaan sy eie storie vertel. So ek kan nie veel verder sê nie. Ek wil net sê baie dankie Goeie. Dis lekker om jou idee. Ek weet jy kry koud. Maar ons waardeer dit selfs daai opoffering wat jy gemaak het. Goed, ons het hom gevra want ons werk elke dag met boere en van julle is boere. Hier is 'n ou wat uit 'n totale ander omgewing uitkom en 'n boer geword het en met die uitdagings van boerdery sit. En dit is net lekker om 'n bietjie perspektief te kry wat so 'n bietjie weet half iemand wat met 'n nuwe oog na boerdery moes kyk. Okay, so dis waaroor ons vir hom gevra het, net om ons so 'n bietjie te stimuleer om die dag in die gang te kry. Dankie. Hy is van die aan.
Alright. Verskoning, ek gaan in Engels praat. Ek is Afrikaans, maar ek het nie Engels op skool. So as raai 'n bietjie ingewikkeld vind dink dan moet ek opgeskakel. Maar dit is waar om julle vrae te vra in Afrikaans. So a note on context. Plants are plants. The situation might differ, but the base principles are the same. We get summer rainfall, you don't. So there's a lot of stuff that differs. But just remember that just because everything's not exactly the same, that doesn't mean there's no principles you can take home. I make mention of comparisons between different crops, different orchards, stuff like that. I'm actually a farmer, but the point is, when you work on these things, you work on a principle. So it doesn't mean you can take the exact same steps I'm taking, but it means that it's something to follow. And the idea here is about regenerative agriculture. And although there are a few people that have gotten it right, there is no roadmap for how to do it and how to do it properly. So, like I said, I'm actually started off as an accountant working in mining, engineering, manufacturing and stuff, very cut and dry. 1 + 1 is 2 kind of stuff. When you work with biologicals, 1 + 1 can be 10, can be -20. Right? So we know there's risks in farming that we all have to deal with. That's on another level. Just everything is right, and then all of a sudden Mother Nature comes and puts 600 mils of rain down in a week, and you're like, what is going on? Okay, so this is just my attempt. About a year and a half ago, I started walking this path, and this is my attempt at finding a roadmap which won't make me lose money, because I am an accountant. So here it is. Now, quote of the day. I believe it was Socrates that said, expecting everyone else to have common sense shows a lack of common sense in of itself. Right? Now, usually my experience with fertilizer salesmen, agronomists, consultants, pesticide salesmen, they usually love it because I engage with them from the beginning, because I'm very scientifically curious, but I'm also very skeptical. So I want to understand everything. Why? How? Why am I doing that much? No, but it was registered on that. Okay, but why? In what context? So they start off by getting really excited because I'm engaging with them, and that usually means they can get a sale. But then as time goes on, they get more and more tired of me and start ignoring my phone calls, start not calling me back. Okay, so again, this is just, and I'm obsessive. So when something starts sitting in here, if I have to spend $1 million on fertilizer, I want to know exactly why and exactly how much do I need. So that's it. Now, how do you confuse an accountant? Right? Take him from Joburg, put him into the Lowveld, and tell him to manage 200 hectare plus macadamia farms. Right? There is so much going on. If anything goes on, if you don't herbicide on the ridges, like your grass and other weeds are going to eat your fertilizer, it's going to drink your water, you're going to have to put more water, and if you don't do that, the trees are going to die. Then there's stink bugs and all kinds of pests, and if you don't spray every 2 weeks, trees are going to die. If you don't cut the grass in between the trees every month at least, right, then there's going to be pests inside the grass to jump to your trees. And it doesn't look neat, you know? Because it must look like a golf course, not a farm. So I started purging all of these things. And yes, look, macadamias are different to other crops. Talk about context here. I understand that in macadamias we've got 3 main insect pests. Thrips, stink bug, macadamia nut borer, moth, like false codling moth. Now, when we test for thrips, we look for an average of 5 thrips per new growth on a tree, on 5 different branches. So 25 thrips per 5 branches. That's when you start considering, you know what, are we going to spray, are we not going to spray? And then I found out the other day that on citrus, if you find 1 thrip on 50 fruit, you are at the economic threshold to spray for thrips. And I was like, what? It's like 1 per tree. Like, okay, no. So it's different. concept still remains. Now, and oftentimes something that works that is necessary in one crop is not necessary now. Anyway, sorry. Now I'm talking too long on my first few slides. Last time Lon gave me half an hour to talk, I spoke for an hour. So if you see water being thrown at me or paper balls or something like that, then just know I've got 45 slides to go through, 30 minutes, 45 seconds. That's fine. Okay, so I'm an accountant, right? What's the upfront conclusion? Why do we farm? Money, thank you. You're like the first, I've given this talk 4 times. It's the first time someone's actually said money. Should have come to the But the fact is that without money, your farm doesn't stay afloat. Your lifestyle requires money to come in. For money to come in, money must go out. That's return on investment. This is the accountant, isn't it? So I'll give you a little bit of a warning every now and then, but the whole thing's not about money and those numbers. But basically, when you want to make money, quality and yield is everything. Obviously, there's the disclaimer, within reason. But quality and yield is everything. Jy gaan jouself nie ryk spaar nie. That's not how agriculture works. It might work if you graze, if it's broadacre beef production, but it doesn't work in most crops. So, again, I'm an accountant, I need data. So this is Source BI. They are a benchmarking service. About 9,000 hectares, about 30 or 40 different farms on the benchmark. So I called, and they take from your financial statements, they take from your pack house reports and everything, and they compare your money in, money out, what are you spending your money on, what's your quality, what's your yield per hectare, everything. So this is basically what you end up getting. I took data from them per farm, it's anonymized, and I kind of like, I also between farming and auditing, I actually spent some time as a data analyst as well. So if you want to know how much money MTN makes, talk to me later. But what I did is I sliced and diced it a little bit. But what you end up with is your bottom 10 farms, your average is sitting about here, then you got your second, and then your second 5 and your top 5 or 6 farms. Now, if you look at it here, you look at how much money we're spending, you look at the total expenses, what are you spending it on, and then your revenue, okay? And your operating margin. This is how much money are you making, okay? So, if you look at this, the sum looks, it's got different ratios in every crop, different amounts in every crop, right? But you're looking more or less on the average, 60 grand a hectare of direct costs, okay? 220,000 rand of revenue, this is before the macadamia price crash 2 years ago. And then take that and make about 150 grand a hectare. That's for a normal farm, okay? Or the average farm. Now, if you want to follow this business model, you must spend your 60 grand in this way, okay? 10 grand a hectare on chemicals, 10 grand a hectare on fertilizer, more or less 4 or 5 grand on your smaller costs, and then labor, right? That doesn't include harvest labor, by the way. So this is your business base. Then you look at total expenses between the second 5 and the top 5. It's also very the same, but it's 15 grand extra they're spending. So you can see what they're spending it on is different, and how much money they make from it is quite different. So what I see here is from 60 grand to 75, 76 grand, right? I'm only getting 25 grand more profit. Okay? That's quite risky. But the top 5 farmers typically spend the same amount as them, actually slightly less, but they spend it on different things. Draw your attention to chemicals and to fertilizer. Chemicals is pest management, right? Spending 4 grand a hectare extra here, 4 or 5 grand a hectare extra here, and you're almost doubling what you keep at the end of the year. Okay? That's the concept of a value add or a cost. So it doesn't matter how much you cut the grass, your yield's not going to go up, right? So, but when you're talking about adding value, you need yield and quality. And what drives yield and quality? Chemicals and fertilizer. Okay, so again, just to re-emphasize this, spend the right money to make more money. Cutting in the wrong costs will cut into your profit, and some costs don't make more money. Okay, then 2022 happened. Okay, our prices halved. Okay, I've now just halved the price just for simplicity's sake. And then you're sitting with the same cost, half the price of your product. Where would you rather be still? Again, just driving the point home. Jy gaan jouself nie reg spaar nie. So the point here for me is regenerative agriculture for me, because there is no definition for it, is not about saving money. It's not low input, low output agriculture, right? It's not about squeezing a little bit more margin out. It's not about getting a higher price premium, because if you need a price premium to justify regenerative agriculture instead of conventional agriculture, if you need then it's not sustainable. Then it just becomes the same as organic, which a few rich housewives in the southern suburbs or in Sandton are going to buy, and no one else gives a shit. So, for me, regenerative agriculture basically means taking care of the goose while you eat the eggs. Okay? So just spending a bit more time understanding what's going on, understanding what you're doing and what adds value, and hopefully make the goose stronger. Right? Okay. But you still have to eat. Okay. So, sorry, I skipped ahead to the point, but you then have to choose between high input, high output conventional agriculture or between low yield regen. Right? You're not making any damage, you're not spending much money, so you're going to keep a bit more money, there's less risk. Now, if I look at those two choices and I think on South African roads, which one would you choose? Right? I think South African roads are kind of like the world's climate today, right? Because you don't actually know what's going to happen. You've got a nice, smooth, flat road for a long time, and the next thing you know, potholes. Last year in Hazy, literally a whole road washed away. So it's, what would you choose? What if there was a third choice? Resiliency and performance. Okay? That is what I emphasize on regenerative agriculture. The logic for me on regenerative agriculture doesn't work on a cost basis. I'm not advocating spending more. I'm going to emphasize this a lot verbally because I forgot to actually put the words in the presentation. But it's not about spending more, because there are so many people selling so much crap that has such a high markup, but it sounds good. Like on macadamias, just for an example, mycorrhizal fungi. I'm sure every single person in this room has heard of it. It's fantastic. It's the underground networks, the mycorrhizal fungi can talk to each other, and the plant and the bacteria can trade through the mycorrhizal fungi, and it's really cool. And you're like, cool, but now I plant macadamias, and this guy tells me, like, you will get a better yield, your trees will be more stress tolerant, blah, blah, blah. You go look at the research, but macadamias are proteas. Proteas, 95% of plants out there that are mycorrhizal associative or AMF associative or vascular mycorrhizal, right? That's what you buy in the shops. Okay? Macadamias, like blueberries, Proteas, ericas, they are not AMF associative whatsoever. They don't form the association. Understand what you are doing before you do it. Why are you spending money on this stuff? And it's expensive. One treatment for the product that I saw, 1,000 rand a hectare. That's 10% of my whole fertilizer budget already, right? And it doesn't even work on my crop. So understand. So the point here, don't spend more, but resiliency and performance, right? It shouldn't cost you more. For me, regenerative agriculture needs to improve my yield and make me more resilient. And so I focus on 10-year performance instead of 1-year performance, right? I want my off years to be less off. I've got theoretically bigger root systems. Plants are more stress tolerant. I've got more, especially very nice being in a summer rainfall area, but I've got more water storage capacity in my root zone. Right? That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. Your trees are, there's a slide at the end, but I've given a bit of nitrate stress. Nitrate stress trees, literature, nitrate stress trees would require up to 50% more water than non-nitrate stress trees. Right? It talks about your energy production and usage, right, in the actual tree. What is it converting from? Right? I'll get onto that as well. Okay, but the point here is, if you take the regenerative agriculture out of it, this is a breakdown of the gross margin per hectare in my area. For the first, this is in 2019, where the benchmark was still quite small. Okay, this is the thing. The base guy was doing 280,000 rand a hectare in farming. Okay, with an average of 90,000 rand a hectare in direct, direct costs and yield compared, in revenue. Now, last year's average was 19,000 rand a hectare, with a significant amount of farmers on negative. That's before you've paid your loans. That's before you've paid off your tractor. That's before you've paid your farm manager's salary or your own salary. Okay? That's 19,000. But what are the top performers still doing? These two are sitting 150,000, 160,000 rand a hectare still. Okay? Now, if I can extrapolate that and ensure, as much as I can, less off years, better 10-year performance, you're less sensitive to price and cost fluctuations. So when there's a heat wave, because you went over time, now I'm in trouble. Okay, so I'm going to speed up now. This is the biggest disclaimer I can put down, right? It's not a fix if you're not doing the basics right. I've got some examples here as well. Not being a farmer, we ended up firing up our farmer 2 years ago, and I hired someone who also wasn't a farmer, so this is also a bit like the blind leading the blind here. But it's not a fix if you don't get the basics right. And when you talk about regenerative agriculture, typically you talk about pesticides and fertilizer, right? That's like your main targets for regenerative agriculture. But before you even get there, on normal yield, what's your soil pH like, right? If it's way off, you're not producing. Are you pruning correctly? That's one of your biggest things. In pest management and in yield, you've got no sunlight in your tree, you've got no flowers, and you've got no scent. And you can't reach the inside of the tree. Also, then you get to water, then you get to pest management and fertilizer, right? So why are we always focusing on buying the pesticides and the fertilizer or not, when there's so many steps we can do first? Now, this is our example here. So 7-year-old macadamias, talk about your benchmark yield, you should be about 1,700 kilograms per hectare, dry nut and shell. So you're harvesting just over double that, and then through the processing, you end up with a nut in a shell, about 1,700 hectares. Most macadamia farms are operating at about 3 tons per hectare on a mature farm. Okay? Now, the benchmark yield is 1.7 tons per hectare. Our average on about almost 100 hectares on our oldest farm was 2.2 tons a hectare. Okay? We're overperforming the average. A lot of that has to do with being on a high input. Carrot Most of Agri was programmed for the first 4 or 5 years of the farm. Okay, so we did have significant growth. We're planting higher densities. So that's our yield at the moment, and it hasn't gone down since we did it. I'll discuss it a bit later. Now, if I cut into that, look at the difference in my farm. Macadamias usually mature at about somewhere between 10 and 14 years. That's when your yield should be maturing. We're in year 7, okay? Half of our trees did to almost a mature yield, right? But the other half were under benchmark. Why? Irrigation. Irrigation, we have sandy soil. You take stone fraction and coarse sand and medium sand in our soil, you typically sit about 75–80% of our soil. It's either stone fraction or it's coarse sand. Okay. Irrigation is very important for us. We literally, throughout the year, we replaced 50 hectares of our sublanes because they were installed incorrectly. Okay? So, what happens if I can get these to perform even close to the rest? And this wasn't even on one area of the farm, it was scattered throughout the farm. It's just where by chance we managed to get the irrigation installations correct. So we actually produced much better, right? Enter pest management in macadamias. 2 spots, things like that. It is the most economically damaging pest in macadamias, right? It's got this long mouthpiece. This is not even the right photo. It actually goes down past its belly button. Imagine having a tongue that's below your knee. So that thing goes, and it's in an immature phase, in a mature phase, that thing takes that long ass nasty tongue. It secretes acid and it just injects through the shell, and it fucks up but basically, and it's not like black spot where it's a superficial thing. It's genuinely inedible. So that's macadamias. I mean, sorry, stink bugs. Now, the benchmark average unsound kernel ratio, so you can think about it as the stuff that's not getting packed out, right? Your unsound kernel ratio on the benchmark average is 2.9%, right? To get into the A-class nut and shell exports, right, which is a big thing on the type of macadamias that I've done now, that we have, you need to be under 2%. If you're not under 2%, you've got a 30% price reduction there. Okay? And then if you're not under 3%, you've got like another 30% price reduction. So it drops off pretty quickly. Now, our neighbors usually 1.5 to 2%. We are usually 1.5 to 2%. Mixture of stink bug and germination. Right? Our unsound kernel ratio last year was 3%, actually just over 3%. I'm thinking, what the actual hell just happened? And we even fixed our problems with germination. Like, our germination was usually 0.5 to 1%. Was like 0.2, 0.3%. Thanks because the stink bugs ate them all. So, we completely fallen off of the price category. Now, our neighbor was still sitting at 1.5 to 2%. So this year, our neighbor was 1.5% pressures on time. Oh, just to point out, during this year, spent 12,000 rand a hectare on pest management, which is high in our region. This year, our unsound kernel ratio was 0.2%. The factory manager called me up and was like, dude, I've retested your nuts twice. What the hell did you do? Like, how much did you spend? My boss calls me up and he says, when they're spraying too much, stop spraying. It's like, what are we doing here? Are we trying to run in a sterile environment or what's going on? Okay, so what did we do? Quality through biology. Right? Recommended release of try sulcus or green shield or try fix, whatever you want to, whatever the trademark name is. Cost you $3,500 a hectare. My total pest management program is 10 to 15,000 a hectare. I was like, you know what? Great. This little bud, you could fit 4 of them arse to tail, nose to tail, on my pinky fingernail. Right? What it does is when the stink bugs lay eggs, it comes and lays eggs inside those eggs. So the stink bugs, basically, the stink bugs are breeding more of its predators. Okay? End of story. No. Sorry. Total pest management program, 10 to 15 grand a month. It doesn't target the adult stink bugs. The adult stink bugs and the nymphs are what causes the damage. They only lay in the eggs. So I'm going to still spray the flies. And it's $3,500 a hectare, out of 10 to 15,000 rand. I just fell off the wagon on my class of export. So I couldn't afford $3,500 a hectare. Okay. Also, stink bugs fly in from far. They presented research before where they caught stink bugs in the orchard, they tested what's in its gut, and there was tea. Like the tea plant. And they saw where was your closest tea plantation? No, it's 40 k's away. So that stink bug had flown in from that amount of distance away. No, didn't do it alone. So pruning. Turns out our regrowth control on the inside during summer, think of it as a summer prune, right? Was completely not up to scratch. Okay? So we made sure October, November, December we came through and pruned aggressively to allow the penetration of the sprays. This also helps in getting light into it. Our spray cost, we thought we were driving at a certain speed. We thought we were driving 4 k's an hour, we were driving 6 k's an hour. It wasn't calibrated. So we spent a lot of time doing that. How fast is your car going? How fast is your fan? Everything. So that we knew that when we apply the spray, it needs to be 100% effective. When we were applying the pesticides, every single pesticide we used with new foam. Okay? It increases the effectiveness, etc., etc. Now, so basically what happened is we released only 850 rand a hectare worth. So less than a quarter of the recommended release rate, and we did it monthly over the period. Our neighbors sprayed 9 times, we sprayed 7 times. Okay? 6.5. I call it 6.5 because the one time we actually didn't release the wasp in January, and we ended up having nymphs. But we never had nymphs for the rest of the season because the wasp was sorted out. The neighbors were full of 2-spot stink bugs, but for some reason, because we let our grass grow long now, because we don't cut our grass 5 times a year, when we do find nymphs, we find them in the grass. We don't find it in the trees. And we provided food for a less aggressive form of stink bug to come and outcompete them. So we were finding less aggressive stink bugs. So the point here is you can save money by attacking the problem from different angles. Okay? For those with a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. If your only method of pest management is a spray crop, you're going to need to do more and more and more. This costs us less. Just to put it here, the cost of one spray before you put chemicals in is 650 rand. That's diesel, labor, maintenance, etc. 650 rand a hectare. I spent 850 and I saved 2 sprays, and I would have saved 3 had I carried on releasing this through the later stages. Okay? It's cheaper and more effective. So here's the list. So what do? We ensure our pesticide applications are as effective as possible, pruning for penetration, calibrate the spray crop accurately, and the usual answer is spray more regularly and crisis. I'm going to have to skip some. The usual answer is spray more regularly, spray more liters per hectare, spray more expensive pesticides. I did none of that. We went back to the basics, got the basics right. So the year when we fell out of our export class, it cost us 12,000 Rand a hectare. This year, 10,500 Rand a hectare. And our results were better. And our yield was better. Now, this is it. Okay, I'm going to run through these things now. Sorry guys. Okay, high input programs. So the whole point I'm trying to get towards as well here is wastage. Protecting your pesticides you have left. You are going to lose more and more pesticides because of human health hazards, export regulations, imports into the EU, into America. Okay, so I'm trying to save, I'm trying to avoid wastage. Okay, fertilizer recommendations, high input programs on macadamias, 180 in 160K. Normal programs, 120, 150, right? With some phosphates in the middle. Okay, we are removing on an above average yield on macadamias 20 kilograms of N, 1 kilogram of phosphorus, 25 kilograms of potassium. Water officially required according to the test plots in Nelspruit for macadamias is 6,500 cubes per hectare. We run throughout the whole year, it's subtropical, right? So it's 650 millimeters of rain. But we get 1,000 mils of rain per year. Why? What's happening? So the rain is 20% effective in this calculation. Okay? Okay. Irrigation in the calculation that they do, or in the thing here, is 4,500, is 450 mils. That's before. 40% of it is lost to evaporation. That's the latest, that's the data that was presented last week. Evaporation losses in macadamia, even though we've got a bigger canopy surface area, is 40 to 60%. So let's do a 1 second deductive reasoning experiment. If I don't have evaporation, that means I only need to irrigate 2,700 cubes per hectare. Okay? Instead of 4,500. That's already a big difference. Okay? If I can change the rate to be 50% effective instead of 20% effective, right? Then I only need 700 cubes a hectare to irrigate. I'm not saying I'm going to get there, but I'm going to try, and I'm going to move towards it while prioritizing my output. Okay, how do we do this? Soil volume and soil root volume and soil function, also known as soil carbon, and diversity. Right? Diversity of plants, diversity of insects. Now, step 1, increase root volume. Okay? Western Cape disclaimer. This will not work in 30 centimeters of topsoil on top of a rock bank. So, that's to say that. Okay, but we have really terrible soil, but it's 2 meters deep. I haven't found a limiting layer yet. So, what do I want to do? Let's look at increasing our root volume. How do you do that? A tree is a tree. You must adjust your irrigation schedule based on what the roots look like. But trees respond to stimulus, right? It's like lifting weights, you get stronger. If you keep, and this is now specifically on the low flow drip logic where you irrigate every single day. We had roots that had 30 cent trees, almost mature trees with 30 centimeter roots in 2 meters of soil. It's waste, and it's ineffective. And then when the rain or fertilizer goes past that root zone, you lose everything. Okay, so how do you do this? To increase your irrigation interval length, right? Allow the depletion, or almost, of readily available water up to your decided depth or level before refilling the profile. Okay? This is Netafim's official irrigation guidance video. End of readily available water, they say, Netafim. Okay? But then, this is the recommendation. In the low fault, even people on micro irrigation irrigate 3 times a week. In a summer rainfall area with medium to heavy soil. 3 times a week. Okay. A note here. Small steps make big differences. Big steps make big losses, right? Don't think you're going to take a tree with this big, like with roots this deep, and start irrigating it once every 2 weeks, and it's going to respond well. It's not. Small steps, right? You can't take a toddler that's still in kindergarten and put him on the track against Usain Bolt. Okay, so, very quick sidebar. I've been waiting for the publishing of this PhD for 2 years. I've heard about this. It's here in Stellenbosch. She compared different intervals. Yeah. Do not decrease total water. This is not about drought stressing. It's not stressing the trees. High production. Okay. This was more or less 5 days irrigation interval, about a 9-day irrigation interval. This ended up being a 16-day irrigation interval. This is 1 to 3-year-old apples in Kabak. Okay? They ended up losing 26% of the water in the long irrigation intervals to evaporation. 32% of the water was lost in the short evaporation interval. Okay? Why? This is where you lose, this is your evaporation graph. That's where you lose most of your water to evaporation. During and immediately after your irrigation. That's when you lose the water. So the longer you take in between them, the less water you lose to evaporation. Okay, but what effect does it have on yield? Nothing. There's no statistical difference. More data is required, like every good scientist would say, but there's no statistical difference between stem circumference, shoot length, and your yield, size distribution, quality, sunburn, no difference across the board. Okay? So, less water, no difference in above ground output, double the root volume throughout the root profile. Even at the top, this is the one. More roots. Okay? Over here, this is treatment number 3, 16-day intervals. 422 roots per square meter. Treatment 1, 250 roots per square meter. This is parallel continuous. When you look perpendicular to the tree row, you're looking at 122 roots per square meter, going up to 290 roots per square meter. Okay? More roots. No, I can't see. Okay. Measure. We have probes. Before we respond, we made lots of mistakes. Full dudes. Fuck these one. This ain't enough, this ain't the row. Check into your probes. Check if it's the same in your water. Okay. How do you do this? Cool. Refill point is there. Get it back. This is your oxygen and phytophthora balance. Lots more roots. This is what it looks like on an irrigation probe. So basically, this is your stress level. Just there, dry out a little bit, pick it up again, and then fill up the buffer. Boom. Okay. Now, our results. 5 months in, I haven't done any protocol yet, or TLD is all site. But we had a documented compaction layer at 400, 250. And within 5 months, we'd had 70% root colonization here. Excuse me, this is not a fancy hammer, and I knocked half the roots off while I was digging. Okay? But we'd increased in our heavy blocks 350 mils to 750 mils of root depth. Okay? And like 75% colonization. No decrease in yield, and our tree is still vibrantly healthy. Okay? On our sandy blocks, 800 mils root depth went to 1.2 meters. Okay? Lessons. You will make mistakes. Try to plan how. Slowly, catch your monkey. Okay. Next one. Storage unit. It's now that your storage unit is bigger, put in more shafts. Soil function, organic carbon. Cation exchange capacity goes up with organic carbon. Water storage capacity goes up with organic carbon. Okay. Sandy load. It holds 800 to 1,200 cubes of water per hectare up to a meter deep. Okay? Every increase in organic matter increases that by 450 cubes. So if I somehow get to 5% organic matter in the next 10 years, that's what I'm sitting on. Per hectare in my soil, only up to a meter deep. Okay? Doubles your cation exchange capacity from 1 to 2%. That's your food. Massive increases in anions with orders of magnitude, because soil is negatively charged, anions are negatively charged, so they tend to leach a lot more. Okay, so you can hold a hell of a lot more of those. Nitrates, sulfates, phosphates. Sounds important, right? Okay, how do you increase soil carbon? My answer is hell no. It's way too expensive. Okay? Cover crops. Free biomass, root exudates, there's other benefits as well. Measure. I taste repeatedly because I don't know what I'm doing. So I keep tasting what I'm doing. We keep observing. At the moment, we are doing 2 leaf tissue tests to do it. Sap analysis all the time. Does it work? Maybe. But we also continuously look at our leaf size, tree health, how long is the flat, what's your internode spacing, how complex is your new growth. Continuously mooi. Om te meer is ongeveer. Measure twice, flat once. Okay, short first. Sorry, I'm running through this now. In other studies, meta-analysis has looked at multi-species forestry plantations, right? A 30% increase in per hectare biomass, the money they make, just from planting different things together in the same block, right? That's in forestry. In pasture-based ecosystems, 8 and 16 species pasture plantings with 0 fertilizer outperform 1 to 2 species mixes, typically 2 types of grasses, with 200 N, and you still produce more biomass with 8 to 16 weight species and 0 fertilizer. There is a benefit in of itself to diversity. Cover crops. It's root exudates, it's compost injected into the soil and it's endless mulch and you pay it once. I don't do annuals, I do perennials and I pay it once. My grass is like that. You get other benefits as well, like the stink bug nymphs that go to the grass instead of into the trees. This is what I look like just before harvest. You just come in once a year with the size of the planter. This is what our new beach sand looks like. If you go this deep into it, you get an idea of what it actually looks like. But it's beach sand, and it's changing. It's really changing. When we changed our management systems, we got all sorts of specialized understory growth. If you go for a hike in the forest around our farm, you see these plants. They don't grow in any of my neighbors' orchards, and it's always herbicide. Every few months, they herbicide on my trees. We don't do that. These things naturally pop up. We didn't plant them. I will plant some other things. Anything with a flower. Legumes, great. Not legumes, still, I'm trying sweet potatoes. It's a warm season perennial. I'm trying sweet potatoes under my trees. Especially when you've got compaction layers. You think a radish can break up a compaction layer. Have you seen what a sweet potato looks like? Have you seen those big ones? Okay. Diversity, and insects as well. This is what I think of as infrastructure. Once you get that right, hopefully the rest will follow. Okay, what destroys soil carbon? Excessive synthetic nitrogen fertilization. I'm not against fertilizer, I'm against over-fertilizer. Okay? Prof. Johanna van der Waal said that. Okay? It's not about not fertilizing, it's not over-fertilizing. Said, why are you wasting? Okay? Synthetic phosphates, soil fungicides, pesticides drenching the soil, monocrops with nothing in between. Right? Our approach, basically, no phosphate, less fertilizer, try to make the fertilizer we have left more sticky. Okay? Kelp, fish hydrolysis, humic acid, folic acids, molasses. We're going to try some EM and compost tea and multi-pronged pest management, and we test it all the time. We keep testing, keep measuring, keep looking at what we're doing. I don't buy blended products. It's expensive. My value per money that I'm spending, if I buy pure fish hydrolysate, kelp, humic acid, and fulvic acid, is a hell of a lot better. It's not more expensive. Normals, I'm going to get some time. This is our leaf mineral analysis. I'm literally like 2 slides ahead. Okay. What you can see here, blue is over the norm, green is in the norm, red is under the norm. Okay? You can see the only thing, what I did here, I tried a few years, 150N, 130K. Then I pushed it down a bit, 120N, 120K, 30P, right? Then 100N, 20P, 150K. Now I'm like ready to go. You can see here, then I dropped it. This was sarcastic. I don't recommend this for anyone. Like, you were in trouble, I needed to cut costs. I knew what I was doing, I knew I was going to impact my yield. I was cutting costs. This year we up to 50M and 60K. But when we did this and added the biostimulants, nitrogen went slightly down, still in the norm. Phosphorus, a year and a half after we'd applied any phosphorus whatsoever, we were low in the norm or in the norm. We're above the norm. Okay? Magnesium went up, sulfur went up, zinc went up, copper went up. Iron and manganese stayed the same. It's incredibly rich in our area. Boron went up. Molybdenum went slightly down. I don't even know. I like molybdenum, it's very necessary, but yeah. Okay, so, and yield is still above there, and we actually increased the rate at which our harvest is increasing went up. So from year 5 to year 6, we increased by 400 kilograms a hectare. Year 6 to year 7, 450 kg per hectare. But as we saw, where our irrigation wasn't a problem, we did way better. So, and that's when we use fertilizer levels. We saw what it's like. If I can get the same result, do you know how much this cost me? With all the biostimulants, everything included. Our fertilizer was 4,000 rand a hectare, or will be, with the increased rates, and our biostimulants are 2,500 rand a hectare. Okay, 6,500 rand a hectare of fertilizer, and I'm getting better returns than when I was on 12,000 rand a hectare. Better yield, better mineral uptake. I am pushing up my nitrogen a little bit, yeah, from 25 to 50. Just a little bit, right? Okay? Because I have to get the right production, and nitrogen is very responsible for flowering, nutsetting, swelling, everything. So, that's it. These are proteoids, by the way. Very cool. This is how they mine phosphorus. Okay. Vibrant health, slightly low nitrogen. Our sizing, which also impacts you, way better. We were 30% above 22 mils sizing the previous year. Now we're 80% above. But potassium makes your sizing better. But we went from 150 kg to 50 kg, and we increased our lead potassium. I've spoken about my unfunctional ratio, I've spoken about our harvest. High production, healthy trees, won't compromise. But there's another way to do it. This is not necessary, but basically, nitrogen takes a hell of a lot of energy and water to convert into amine nitrogen. It's more expensive, 3 times more expensive to buy calcium nitrate after you take out the calcium costs than it is to buy urea. And oxidation dominance results in vegetative stimulation, not in root and fruit. Anions are really important. A lot of these things need to be reduced first. Okay? It's not a sulfate that you find in amino acids. It's sulfur that takes energy. Done. Sorry, I had to run through the
Okay, dankie Goeie. Dit is besprekingstyd kan ons kwessies hanteer. Ek weet hy gaan nie omgee as ek dit sê nie. Dit wat hy aangebied het. Okay. Die rede hoekom ons hom gevra het is, hoe lank moet jy nou? 2,5 jaar. Okay, so julle kan sien die denkproses wat hierin gegaan het. So van ons kant af is dit nie sy wetenskap, sy logika, sy praktyk is nie wat ons aan julle wil voorhou as 'n model of om te volg nie. Okay. Maar wat vir my uitgestaan het hier is net 2,5 jaar. En een van die goed wat by hom opkom is 'n klomp van die basiese goed wat ek vir 30 jaar al aan boere probeer promoveer en hulle so ver kry en ouens wat al 30 jaar boer, is goed wat hy al gesnap het in 2,5 jaar en doen het. Okay, daar's 'n klomp ander goed wat ek nie saamstem nie. Maar die basiese goed, die basiese belangrike goed, hy voeg ook nou 'n klompie ander goed by. Hy snap dat jy moet dit eers reg kry. En hoeveel boere is daar wat na 30 jaar se boerdery nog nie dit 100% reg. So goed soos bespreking, goed soos stoei. Jy weet, daai tipe goed. Okay, ons is laat. Wendy, is dit volgende spreker? So Wendy gevra, dit is Wendy se brein. Ons het 'n idee gewees en ek dink dit is net ons het vir Wendy gevra, ek weet nie hoeveel julle weet van die Labserve Dag nie. Wêreld Labserve Dag het was iets gewees wat ek nie van weet nie, kom ek agter klop ander mense weet wel daarvan. Maar die eerste twee lessings is net so 'n bietjie om 'n bietjie breër te dink oor landbou en goed wat in die omgewing aangaan ensovoorts. En dis 'n onderwerp wat uiteraard ek nie baie oor ingeluk is nie, maar wat duidelik 'n gespreks kwessie begin raak het in die wêreld. En hoe pas landbou daarbey in? Waarna toe is ons in die wêreld op pad? En hoe pas landbou daarbey in? En weet jy baie ondervinding, sy werk daarmee elke dag, so ons het al gevra, gee ons 'n bietjie perspektief, gee ons 'n bietjie agtergrond, lig ons uit. Vertel vir ons, hoe moet ons dink daaroor oor die wêreld waarin ons lewe? Dankie.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm just going to use the microphone. I was a little sick last week, so my voice is gone. So I just want to turn around so I can see my own slides. So yeah, Benny asked me to talk about Earth Overshoot Day. Many of you will have heard about it on the radio. And so I work for a consultancy that works for the United Nations. So we consult and look at systems, so very similar to this accounting system. And I'm going to land up in accounting actually, so this has been a beautiful primer. And not as good as the accounting that's happening here, but the concept. And so what we look at is systems in terms of so for instance, I've worked for the Water Institute at Stellenbosch University for 8 years, and we know, for instance, that our water is 100% accounted for with farmers now, and populations keep growing. How do we account for the larger system and acknowledge that farmers need to make money? So again, it's this balance, an accounting balance. So I'm going to look at what are the inner workings of the Earth Overshoot Day. You'll have heard about it on the radio. How do we get there? Who gets there? Why do we trust them? And then I'm going to look at what does it mean for a farmer? What does it mean for South Africa? And what are some practical applications? So I'm going to start a little bit with an image that comes more from my microbiology background. That's many, many decades ago, but it's great to look at a small system. So if we take a little jar and we put some nutrients in and we put E. coli in, the reason I'm using E. coli is because they have babies in 20 minutes. So we take 30 years to reproduce, E. coli will reproduce in half an hour. So you can imagine in 50 hours we will have 100 generations, 2 to the power of 100. You've got billions of organisms in a partially closed system. You've got a limited amount of nutrients, and you've got a limited amount of nutrients and gas can come in and out. So this is a little representation of the Earth. And so within that, you've got your organisms that grow, they reach a stationary phase, and then they die off. At the same time, their food in that system decreases and their waste increases. So if we're assuming we have a finite system of nutrients and a finite space to hold waste. What's really fascinating about microbes, and this is one of my favorite stories to tell, is microbes have this process called quorum sensing. So bacteria will release these little molecules and they've got little receptors on their cells. And when there's a certain number of organisms in the environment, they know that when they're sensing a certain number of molecules, they start committing cell suicide. So they go, nutrients at the end in our system, we can't grow more, and they start actually killing themselves. And so humans, what are we using as our little indicator? Not to commit suicide, but to just start thinking about where we use nutrients and where we stop using nutrients, how we manage our waste. So we know we're not going to control human population. What we can look at is our nutrients and waste, and here's where the accounting comes in. All right, so one of the most famous authors that are involved in developing this ratio that we're going to look at, they use the analogy of a fuel gauge. They go, we know we've got a finite system, they know we've got a certain amount of nutrients, so do we have a fuel gauge internationally? And this is what you hear reported on the news, what we use in the United Nations. And so, just to give you the numbers now, and then to give you where we got the numbers from, the number is the 1st of August. So that means that we've expended, according to their calculations, this is GIS data, we know that resolution is poor, we need to get some sort of metric. So we know this is not a perfect metric, but the idea is that by the 1st of August, we have used our Earth's resources and we're essentially going into the bank from there. And the question is, what does this mean to a farm? I think farmers are often crucified for this. Often a lot of the pressure is placed on agriculture to solve the problem. So that also equates to the fact that we need 1.7 Earths to sustain 1 Earth's worth of human activity. This is the word human. So how we calculate that, we use a number called the biocapacity, which is the, I'll get to that in a moment, but it's basically what we can produce in our systems, and then it's in relation to our ecological footprint, what is our expense in the system. And they generate national footprints, so they do this for every country. So biocapacity is the ability of an ecosystem to regenerate. So if you're a farmer and you're going into your farmland and you can pick that soil up, smell it, you can see that your system is producing well, you've really got a good balance, you've done your accounting, then you don't need to worry, you've got a one-to-one. They're going to argue that you need to worry in terms of carbon footprint and your impact on the wider environment, but at least in your own environment, if you're seeing that your soil is able to sustain itself, you've already got a good start. And then if you can start looking at the impact on the wider environment, carbon footprint, pollutants, for instance, and where fertilizer is coming from, that's where the fine accounting starts coming in. We know it's in water. We know to get a good biocapacity of an ecosystem, we need water, a good climate. That's where the carbon accounting comes in. Availability of nutrients, you need to make sure there's not limiting pollutants. Again, CO2 is one of those limiting pollutants. And then an intact web of life. So that's basically the biology there. So then the ecological footprint, so that's what we can produce on our system. So we've got a productive system, but that productive system costs something as well. So then they look at different industries in different countries, how much are we costing the world, and that there's a system of indicators that measures that. So these are the industries they look at: cropland, grazing, fishing, forest products, cities essentially, and our carbon footprint. Each of those have a cost, and then obviously without the carbon footprint, each of those have a potential to regenerate in a sense, help us trap, sequester CO2 for instance, or help us manage waste, or whatever the case may be, buffering zones. I'm not going to stop here too long, I want to make sure it's fast, but the primary authors, Lynn does a really great job of looking at the methodologies that they use if you want to go and look at the equations. And then this guy, I can never pronounce his name, or it sounds funny when I do, he's really done a lot on the implications, essentially, and especially the economy. He's done some calculations of what this is going to cost down the line, so some modeling. Again, as soon as you do modeling, the data is a bit difficult to work with, but at the same time, it's good to have that fuel gauge and that metric to go, what is this going to cost us as we follow the trends of limited everything. So if we look at these numbers, we have the organizations that are involved in generating this. So there are 5 large organizations. There are board members in the Scientific Advisory Committee. They include members of Parliament, of the Canadian government, the Swiss government, representatives in Africa and Asia as well as academics and private consultants. Data sets come from 1961 to now. Since 2004, they've produced 13 reports, and they produce that whole series every time. I'll show you the graphs now. The data is always 4 years old. All international data is about 4 years old. So if you're reading something now, it's from 2020. And then basically, I'll skip the rest of this, but what's really encouraging is that especially the first world countries get quite angry at this data because they don't come out in a good light. They've challenged it, and so what the organizations have done is send the data to them and ask them to generate their own, and it's usually within 3 to 5% variability where they've gone, all right, fair enough. So I'm not going to talk about additivity and equivalence. But basically, this is what the data has looked like since 1971. So they've been doing the same calculations. They repeat it every year. They re-download and upload the data every year, and they add nuances for small things like different types of crops, and as we develop better models. But basically, you can see, if you look at the biocapacity and the ecological footprint, we are looking, but it has beautifully stabilized despite population growth. The sense that people are responding and that responses are working. So it has stabilized, but we're still in a pretty critical phase. There's an author that pointed out that this is human activity. You'll notice it was cropland. It's all the lands that we use. This is not counting the fact that we need to leave a little bit of earth for conservation, but if we're integrating conservation and allowing those crops to go in, deposit, Hermanus is doing amazing work on this as well, then we can find some sort of equilibrium between farming and ecology. So how bad are we doing? How bad are we doing as farmers? How bad are we doing in South Africa? You can see if we look at the deficit to reserve, really the countries that are in reserve are highly forested countries like the Amazon, and then poorly populated, very inhospitable countries. So all the well-developed countries are looking pretty bad. And so South Africa is looking quite bad in general, but if you look at so that's the sort of the ratio. But if you look at the ecological footprint, you can see darkest is sort of America, China. So we're not doing too bad. We're somewhere in the middle, but our biocapacity is pretty low. So you'll see later, and this is the point I'm going to get to, is that really it is the energy sector that is the big issue. It is CO2. So as much as they've measured agriculture, and agriculture often gets crucified for this, it is really energy. And because we don't produce forests and we don't have a ton of water and wetlands, we don't have a high biocapacity to sequester carbon. So it doesn't matter what we do with regenerative agriculture, there's not much that can be done if we aren't sequestering carbon and taking on the energy sector. And so we're not doing too bad in terms of our activities, but our biocapacity is relatively low. And so this graph, you're just going to have to trust me that South Africa is somewhere in the middle. So we're not doing too bad and we're not doing too well. And the energy sector is the blue, and agriculture is sort of second biggest, but way less than energy. And even agriculture, it's mostly looking at the energy that is used to farm, for instance. So and even energy around logistics of moving food around, which is something I think we could think quite a lot about. And food waste. What's really interesting as well, and very intuitive, but it is worth mentioning, and I think it's worth mentioning around accounting specifically, is that as countries develop, you can see this is the GDP that's grown. So the biocapacity over the years, over the decades, has remained pretty low, and this green line is the ecological footprint, and the purple line is GDP for the world. And you can see, for instance, in the 2008 economic crash, our ecological footprint went down. So it is highly related. This is the Human Development Index. These are highly developed countries over here, higher ecological footprint. We have money, we like to fly, we like to play with our foods and send it everywhere and buy air conditioners and whatnot. So obviously, the wealthier we are, the more impact we have. But what I wanted to point out with that, and especially around this notion of thinking about what we could even do, is the idea that every empire, Greco-Roman, the Ottoman Empire, every empire has risen, every empire has fallen. I've been working now for 15 years, Canada, in Europe, South Africa. And this is a personal opinion. You can run with it or argue it, but it feels to me like the Western Empire is falling quite quickly. If we're sitting at the table with the United Nations, it's the South Africans and the Africans that are coming to the table with the best solutions. And I think it's because we're being formed in quite a lot of struggle, a lot of wrestle. We've done the work for 30 years of difficult integration. And so I would say that in the rise and fall of an empire, we're sort of growing. And there's this fatalistic idea that if an empire is growing, that empire is going to be highly costly to the environment. But it's first world countries that grew without data. They grew without the mathematics. We've got the opportunity now to grow as an empire in South Africa. We're 30 years old and use this mathematics to think about what we're doing. Can we grow without the depth of our ecological systems? And I do actually think it's possible. I just heard that there are ways. So this is interesting. This is particularly, so as I've mentioned, agriculture really takes the fall for this, but this is the carbon. This is sort of fisheries, and then this is croplands. This is typical agriculture over here. And so carbon in the energy sector is really what we need to look at. And again, even in agriculture, it's mostly the energy cost of agriculture. So it's looking at sustainable energy sources too. I don't even know if you get hybrid trucks yet, but maybe we can. And the question is, where do we invest in these types of things? So also, agriculture has really high biocapacity. So that's fisheries and croplands. You're growing the technology, so any farmer who's sitting here is growing the technology that uses CO2. So we have the highest capacity to actually deal with the problem as well. And again, I'll get to regenerative agriculture in a moment. So what can we do about this? As a global citizen, as a farmer, as a South African, as a global citizen, that's more our job when we're working with large sort of systems, like working with municipalities, working with government. Looking at policy and purchasing power, but for instance, I've just mentioned Boss as well has done a huge amount of work sort of connecting a bunch of farms and looking at how they can conserve plant species to make sure that plants can connect between sandparks, for instance. So looking at the ecological system, how do you make sure that there's sort of corridors of space for bees and insects to move, and small little amendments like that, but they've committed some of their farms to that and committed it that when the farm is sold with the municipality, they have to continue those practices. So it's quite an interesting idea. And then obviously food waste, purchasing power, that's what we do when we're talking municipality, when we're talking around food policy and students at the university. But really, what I wanted to talk about was looking at each system. So in science, everyone talks about n has to equal 200. So you really want averages. And in regenerative agriculture, we've just found this message does not work because there is so much conflict around this. What works in a sandy soil does not work in a carbon-rich soil. What works where there's high rain does not work where there's not. And then everyone's arguing about these hippie ideas. So really, n equals 1, what is your system telling you? And that is measure, measure, measure. So there is a personal Earth Overshoot Day, so you can go on the website and they ask you a bunch of questions around your personal, like so it'll be your farm or your life, whatever the case may be. If you get the calculator, mine is 5.1 instead of 1.7 Earths. My personal one is exposing my soul here, is 5.1 Earths, and my Earth Overshoot Day is 13th of March. And so, as a South African, just because we are eating meat, and Westerners just don't like that, and because we are driving cars, so we really do not look good on this. So I wouldn't say that this is a great calculator. It's not very relevant to where we are. But what we've done in our laboratory, and I won't pull up the data, but we've also got spreadsheets and graphs and whatever to look at it. So in our laboratory, we do water quality monitoring. We've done an accounting. So this is what we've encouraged, is doing an accounting on our energy, an accounting on our resources, and an accounting on our waste streams. And for instance, I mean, if you go and look at the data on what the carbon cost is of AI, so we started limiting using ChatGPT so freely. Just the CPUs, one CPU for these AI things costs something like a small country's worth of electricity. It's enormous. Making sure that when we are transport, we give people the option to work from home if they don't have to come in. We make sure that we're flying less for conferences and supporting more local work. So we've just been doing an enormous amount of counting, and it's been saving money. It's not necessarily a hippie idea of just do what's good for the environment. Just start doing the accounting and choosing. For instance, regenerative agriculture is incredible, but it might be that if you make one shift to solar, which costs you a little bit now, you have a very big impact on the environment. So it depends on how much money you have to play with. We have in our business shifted to solar, but it's because we had the profits to do so, and we chose to do that. And then we've got a group called the Apocalypse Book Club, actually, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, with a bunch of people like stay-at-home moms and lawyers and artists, and we meet once a month to challenge one another around private, personal, private, public, and political. So what are you doing in your private life? Do your accounting and chat to one another about it. And what are you doing in your public life? Your work, and what is your political? So I've chosen political pressure on water sources, and for me, political pressure has been supporting the government as much as possible in the areas I choose to have an impact, and then on transit, public transit, because I live in Cape Town, so it's easier for me than in Stellenbosch. So it's basically a mapping exercise. Where is my impact? An accounting exercise. Where would the biggest impact be? And really, I think the message for me that's come out of sort of 4 or 5 years of playing with this, it's a bit like your grandmother said to you, like, save that 100 Rand, and you're like, oh, that 100 Rand is not going to help. Saving that 100 Rand, you look back over the years and you're like, oh my word, that had an impact. You just do your measurements, know what it is, change that one small thing that is actually profitable to you, and you'll realize if you did that 4 times a year, you can actually have a pretty big impact. Studying the literature, understanding, for instance, that energy is first. And yeah, I think that's basically it. Did I do it in 15 minutes? Super. Yeah, okay, so we'll do questions later.
Cool. Thanks, Wendy. Just made me realize that in my own household, we run around, and even although my children are big, from the morning I get back till the night that I sleep, it's just a survival mode. But you never even think of these things. And I wonder whether producers are often in the same mode. And and it's probably a prioritization that you need to start prioritizing this, because I've got children that need to use this will in the next generation and theirs. Anyway, thank you for the perspective. Okay, nou gaan ons in 'n heeltemal ander mode. Laan is volgende op. Een van die grootste uitdagings wat ons het rondom die kwaliteit van ontledings en resultate wat ons uitgee, is buite ons beheer. En dit gaan oor monster kwaliteit wat ons inkry in terme van hoe verteenwoordigend daai monster is. En vir julle wat werk met ontledings en interpretasie en aanbevelings, beteken dit die resultaat wat julle wil gebruik moet in sync wees met waar die werklikheid daar buite is. So een van ons grootste uitdagings is om seker te maak dat die monster wat ons kry is verteenwoordigend. So ek dink dit is hoofsaaklik waar ons 'n bietjie wil fokus vandag, is daai uitdagings en hoe kan ons saamwerk om so naby as moontlik aan dit te kom. Dat julle nie vir ons stel en sê die resultaat lyk verkeerd en ons toets dit 3 keer oor en ons steeds nie reg nie. Jy sê vir ons nee, maar kan nie wees want ek het dit gedoen en dat ons daarby uitkom.
Okay. So ek wou dit in Afrikaans doen, maar ek sien my airtime is 'n bietjie uit. So van nou meeste niks in Engels doen, maar ek vra kan julle maar in Afrikaans doen, as ons tyd het. Okay. So ja, Pieter en ek moet so 'n bietjie saam met dit praat en maar nie ons toetsiegrond nie eintlik in basies nie. Dit is net 'n mooi prent. Maar in elk geval. Okay, so the importance of accurate swellness. This really quick and it's really self-explanatory. Your generally capsules are nutrient poor. We know this. Sampling affects your production because it determines your fertilizer. Meet this weird. When they say this, it's true. But don't be like the kid in the picture or the kid's parents in the picture. From what I hear, just like jelly babies, fertilizer is expensive. Put on what you need. Don't go and give an oversupply of everything to keep your fertilizer in. Do what your plants need. Sounds simple, something isn't simple. To do it right, it takes planning and it takes understanding. So you've got to balance the sample numbers, locations, all those kinds of things. We want to minimize variation. We need to be practical about this. So it's really easy to say, let's just do 100 subsamples. It's not going to work. We're not going to do it in reality. So there are two main ways of doing sampling. So there's composite sampling, which is what I'm mostly going to focus on. So that's where you take subsamples from an area which is a large area with common characteristics. And then good sampling or precision sampling. So that those are the two main things. So I hate reading something, but this is so important that I'm actually going to read this verbatim. So this is from Soil Sampling and Methods of Analysis, 2nd edition. I've referenced it in there. But I always talk about a funnel of error. The most error in any laboratory analysis or soil analysis comes in at sample. So that's where all the error comes in. And you're going to say, yeah, he's from a lab. Of course he's going to say that. But by the time it gets to the instruments, we've got so many quality controls, externals, internals, interlabs, those kinds of things that we pick the error up very quickly. From a sampling side, it's really difficult to pick up the error. So the accuracy with which soil test results reflect the true conditions of soils in the field is more dependent on the way in which the sample is collected and handled rather than on error associated with the laboratory analysis. And it's really, I can't emphasize that enough. So the ways of planning your sampling, composite sampling. Okay, let's just go quickly through this. So it's ways to zone. How do you decide what this homogeneous zone looks like? One of the easiest ways is by going by irrigation blocks. Your farm's already planned, you've got your irrigation blocks, you just do it that way. Sounds easy. What if there's slope variation? What if there's a pressure difference? So then, suddenly now you're irrigating a bit less at the top and the bottom. Is it really the same zone? Are they micros? Are they drips? Can you class them as the same zone? Now, you can go crop cultivar age. It sounds also self-explanatory, and my son and I hopefully share the same genes, but I require a hell of a lot more wine than he does to get through. Peter, I know you wanted to do this slide. Yes, we spoke about it. But slope altitude, drainage, what were you going to say? Got only on going. That was it. Anyway, organic matter isn't necessarily a big thing in the world. It's a problem that we don't normally, but it is important if you've got an area with high organic matter to do that separately. Your soil texture. So Peter did ask me what I mean by fridge size. Basically what it means, what you're trying to get to is your CEC is your fridge. The higher your CEC, the more bigger your fridge. And generally with soil texture, you're saying lower CEC is a smaller fridge. The more organic matter, the bigger your fridge. So you can expect a different analysis from an organic soil to a sandy soil. Soil color. It's a nice way to zone your areas, but it's not necessarily always right, but it's a nice way. Soil color can tell you a fair bit about your soil. Generally, the redder it is, the more iron, the blacker it is, the more organic matter. Once you get into all that, it can tell you about waterlogging, all kinds of things like that. Row orientation or aspect. Sounds simple. If you're depending on your orientation, you might get more sunlight, more heat on your soils, which breaks down your organic matter. So, just a quick summary. Your zone size and your number of subsamples is really important. Commonly, once again, you've got to be practical and common sense, which is not particularly common, is really important to apply here. We normally do 10 to 20 per zone, depending on the size of your zone. You can randomize it, you can do X or Z pattern, whatever works for you, what you're comfortable with, the way you do it. You've got to combine them with your index plots. So to do your leaf analysis, so you always mark a few trees, mark 30, 40, 50 trees, depending on your area. Edge effects. So this is part of the common sense. In your edge effects, that's normally within about 10 meters of the edge of your field, where there's a road, you can get runoff, you can get spray overspray from the neighboring plot. All of that. Grid sampling. This is the next one. So this takes quite a bit of planning. Grid size varies according to your crop, to your types of soil. Generally, the smaller your grid, the more management involved, and obviously more samples. So I don't mind if you do smaller grids, but you do get more variation. Just as a visual representation, you can see in those lands there, you want to use a smaller grid because there's far more variation in soil types.
That's mine.
Thanks for that. Yeah, but I kindly provided it somewhere along the line. But in part of choosing the size of your grid, what you can do is when you start, before you know it, if you don't know exactly what your soil variation is, go ahead and do a smaller grid. And you can see in this one over here, number 1 and number 9, let's use phosphorus as an example. You can see over there, there's quite a lot of variation. But sample 1 and sample 9, which are probably on the edges of the field, have got all that variation. You take, whatever they there we go. Don't worry. Somewhere saved it, must have pushed the wrong button. Getting quite excited here. So, if you remove number 1 and number 9, it's just if you remove number 1 and number 9, suddenly your RSD improves dramatically. Now you ask yourself the question, it's fairly consistent. What if we go and take out every second one, so making our grid even bigger? What effect will that have? You know, there, by removing those, it actually gets a little bit better. And you've suddenly now saved yourself 55% cost in money for samples and time for drawing samples. So it's rather, so take the time, plan it, even if it takes you years, you need to do it right. Now, just once again, the error and when it comes to, this is an actual sample that arrived at the lab. And you can see the fertilizer granules over there. And we actually got a phone call from the client saying, this works. Dat ek 500 deel per miljoen swaal in my grond het. So I sent him this picture. And never heard from him again. But what about that? Now just some blatant marketing, seeing as we are the lab. Just some prices, if you're going to choose the correct analysis. And if you send more than 10 samples, we pay for the correct. If we're going to run through a brief procedure of what we do in the lab, because people always want to know about this, I'm just going to go through this quickly. The phases are preparation, analysis, quality control, which is really important, and reporting. So I'm not going to go through that. But these are the actual processes. That's for soil analysis. That's how we break down the process inside the lab. That's for a leaf analysis. We've got the same for all other things, for receiving samples, for everything like that. Let's just go through some of the things that we're talking about. These are actual soils that we're in the lab. Look at that variation. This is just a batch of soils that comes into us in a couple of days. So there's a massive amount of variation. There, soil weighing and extraction, just you can see how we do some of that. The instruments that goes in. See, there we really do read it out of tubes. And now, this is the part that people always ask about with the error. So as soon as it's been through that instrument, before we even go into reporting, anything like that, we perform quality control. And these are comparing known samples which go through the whole system, that get weighed, dried, everything happens inside the lab exactly how we do samples. Then within this, you'll see that that's each element that we test for each of those guys. The yellow line is a warning limit, and the red line is a failure limit. So if one of those elements breaks out, we investigate, go back, and retest if necessary. Once after that, then it goes into reporting. And before we send you your reports, we go through your whole batch of samples together, and we look for outliers. We compare it to your history, if we have it, and look for outliers, look for questions, look at the sample name. Sometimes if there's a kut or slack, then you can see, and it will give you an answer as to why that's an outlier. Just the rest, as Peter said earlier, trust is important, but it's sometimes, once you've got things in place, it helps the trust. Get an accredited lab. Modern lab, it upgrades regularly. Professional staff, we've got Peter. So Independence, it's really, really important in our business, and that's part of trust. We're not selling you anything other than a piece of paper, which is helping you make good decisions. Some of the other things that we're getting into in future, we're writing a lot of software. Now I have 3 coders working for us, and it was 2.5 at the last time I presented, so Houston's got another one, but he's learning, that's why. So we're writing software, and all of this, as time goes on, we'll be introducing more and more to help. There's a summary. Just something is difficult and absolutely critical. Take the time, do it right. Representative sample and vital. We can't help you, you can't help yourself if you don't have this representative sample. And yeah, sometimes you drink a lot of beer. That's it. Thank you.
Ja, ek dink die belangrike ding en ons kan nie ek sê graag dat ons nou tyd ek weet ons loop agter maar ek dink ons kan miskien maar julle so 'n bietjie later weet. En die vraag wat in die bespreking nou is nou na my aanbieding. Sou dit goed wees as ons 'n bietjie kan gesels oor die monsterneemingsproses. Dis 'n uiters belangrike ding. Laat ek 'n paar voorbeelde gee en 'n paar aanbevelings maak. Maar hoe maak jy seker dat jou monster wat jy neem verteenwoordigend is? En logika is hier baie belangrik. Maar dit sal gaan wees as jy 'n paar gedagtes het. Dat ons daaroor kan gesels. Ons sit ek weet ons ek sal intussen ons wel so 'n paar opbou. Maar dis eers die grootste uitdaging wat ons het. En baie keer is dit maar dat daar vertragings is in die vrystelling van opleidings. Want jy kry soos hy sê met diskwaliteitsbeheer kry jy totale uitskiete. Dan moet jy weer teruggaan. Wat die lê nou vat, jy weer gaan ontleed. Om seker te maak dat jy ontleding reg is. Ek weet nie hoeveel ontledings ek al teruggestuur het na Tarina toe nie. Aan mekaar. Herontleed sy, dan kom het reg uit. Of kliënt laat vra vir ons, ek en hierdie ding lyk nie reg, doen ons herontleding as dit reg. Dan gaan dit oor monsterneming, wat erg snaaks was. So, asseblief, ek sal waardeer, as jy dit vrymoedigheid neem, dat ons 'n bietjie daaroor gesels. Goed, ons is daar lank gaan, as julle nog voorraai, want ek gaan nou vra dat julle moet erg konsentreer na hierdie ene, want ek gaan moet konsentreer. Dis die laaste voor ons oorreek, voor ons straat besprekingstyd. Ek kan almal hoor daarachter. Okay. Ek gaan nie met julle bespreek hoe interpreteer mense grondontleding. Okay. Daai inligting, ons het baie lekker artikels wat ons vir julle kan stuur, baie prakties, baie mooi uiteengesit. Hierdie is om vir julle 'n idee te gee van wat doen ek as ek 'n grondontleding op my tafel kry. Hoe dink ek, hoe evalueer ek die ontleding, hoe besluit ek gaan voort en ek kan 'n aanbeveling skryf met die ontleding of is iets snaaks of ek moet meer inligting by boek kry of wat ook al. Okay, so hoe kyk ek na die grondontleding om aan die een kant gemaklik te wees en wat is die logika as ek snaaks so goed sien. Okay, so dit is en ek wil graag weer eens in die besprekingstyd ek het standpunte, ek het benadering wat nie noodwendig altyd reg is nie. So ek sal graag julle perspektief en julle interpretasie wil hê. Ek het standpunte, party van julle gaan nie hou van my standpunte nie. En sê dan vir my so. Okay. Maar die idee is dat ons by mekaar uitkom daaroor en dat ons by werkbare praktiese wetenskaplike benadering kom. Okay. Goed, ek wil begin deur te sê ek sê altyd vir mense dat as ek 'n goeie grondontleding kry, dan moet daai grondontleding vir my 'n prentjie kan gee van hoe lyk die grond buite in die veld. Okay. Nou hier is aan die ander kant om. Ek wys vir julle 3 gronde en dan gaan ek vir julle die grondontleding van een van hulle wys. Okay. En dan deurwerk. En dan wil ek gaan ek aan die einde kyk of julle saam met my kan uitkom en sê okay, hierdie grondontleding was verteenwoordiging van daai spesifieke grond. Maar soos ek sê, ek wil kan uit 'n grondontleding 'n redelike goeie prentjie ontwikkel van wat is die fisiese eienskappe van daai grond. En hulle twee moet met mekaar praat. Dit is tog net logies, hulle moet met mekaar praat, want deur grondvormingsprosesse, deur die chemie wat eens voorkom, ensovoorts, moet daar toch realistiese koneksies wees. Okay. So, hier is nou stel, ek hoop julle daar agter kan dit lees, dit is jammer, ons kan nou ongelukkig nie in die konteks groter gaan nie. Maar hier is 'n stel ontledings van een van daai profiele. Nou, vir ons is dit een van die goed wat altyd help, is 'n persoon die dieptes van die monsters aandui. Okay, die diepte van wat toe hy geneem is. Hierdie ene is 30, die persoon het besluit op 30, 60 meter. Ek wil nie weggee hoekom nie, want dan gaan jy dadelik weet wat die grond dit is. Maar weet jy, die logika is dat die monster moet geneem word volgens die fisiese verskillende horisonte. En as dat, okay. In hierdie geval, so en die diepte verspreiding oor die grond gaan altyd saam met 'n sekere tendens in die chemie. Dit is maar 'n gegewe. Okay. Jy verwag hoër diepte gewoonlik dat die pH sal daal, veral in 'n natuurlike grond dat die pH oor diepte sal daal, dat die fosfaatvlakke oor diepte sal daal en baie keer die ander elemente ook afhangende van die grond, kalsium en magnesium sal baie keer daal en uiteraard koolstof ook. Jy verwag dit, as 'n persoon vir my, ek sê ek moet grondvoorbereiding doen, en stuur vir my hierdie ontleding, en ek sien nie hierdie patroon nie. Okay. Dan is ek bekommerd. Dan begin ek wonder, eers wat gaan nie aan? En maar as ek nie hierdie patroon kry nie, okay, dan sê dit ook weer iets vir my van die grond. As ek byvoorbeeld in die ondergrond, ek sal nou daarby uitkom, 'n baie hoë kaliumontleding kry, hoër kry as 'n boogrond, okay, dan kan dit vir my iets sê omtrent die grond en ek kom nou net daarby. Goed, so die diepte is nogal een wat baie help, as dit ingesluit is. Die volgende een is tekstuur. Ek gebruik altyd tekstuur, okay, as 'n evaluasie van of die chemiese ontledings korrek is of realisties is of nie. Okay. As jy sandgrond het, bottom line is, jy verwag dat jou basiese katone oor die algemeen laag gaan wees. Okay. As dit nie is nie, dan sal weer 'n paar vraagtekens. En veral kalium. Okay. As ek 'n sandgrond kry met 'n baie hoë kaliumontleding, dan sê dit vir my gewoonlik, dit kom met 'n grond en waar die produsent relatief onlangs baie kalium gegee het of hy het 'n neiging om oor te bemes met kalium of so gehoors. As die kaliumvlak, as ek 'n swaarder grond het en die kalium in die ondergrond is hoog, okay, dan sê dit vir my gewoonlik, en dit is waar tekstuur help. As ek 'n hoë kalium in die ondergrond het, maar ek sit met 'n sandgrond, dan wonder ek, okay, hoe is dit reg of nie? Maar as ek sit met 'n swaarder grond met 'n hoë kalium, dan onmiddellik kan ek sê, luister, hierso het ek heel waarskynlik 'n duplex grond of 'n swaarder ondergrond as die boogrond. Dit maak vir my sin, die twee praat met mekaar. Okay. So tekstuur is vir my 'n absolute kritiese aspek van 'n grondontleding. Op hierdie grond, as ek nie tekstuur gehad het nie, die persoon met grondontleding, 'n grondvoorbereiding en ek moet vestiging doen, weet ek nie of ek vir hom 'n kalium met grondvoorbereiding kan toedien of nie, want ek het nie idee nie. Ek gaan nie in hierdie geval vir hom kalium aanbeveel nie, want dit is 'n sandgrond, dit is die punt daar. Okay. So ek moet weet wat die tekstuur is. Die volgende is pH. Ons het laatst gepraat oor die belang van residuele suurheid teenoor uitroubare suurheid, en ek wil nie stilstaan daarby nie, maar ek wil net dit weer op die tafel sit. Dis krities. As 'n mens 'n kalkaanbeveling wil maak en 'n korrekte kalkaanbeveling, dat residuele suurheid gedoen word. Okay. En nie uitroubare suurheid nie. My laaste skyfie sal ek een hanteer waar uitroubare suurheid is. So weer is die volgende ding waarna ek dan kyk is pH. Okay. En die verhouding tussen die residuele suurheid en kalsium en magnesium sê vir my ook gewoonlik, praat dat saam met mekaar teenoor die pH wat ek het. As ek nie skielik baie hoë kalsium in hierdie grond sou hê, okay, met 'n residuele suurheid van die en 'n pH van die, maar dis 'n sandgrond, dan weet ek hier's iets snaaks. Hierdie persoon onlangs gips gegee. Hoekom is die kalsium byvoorbeeld baie hoog? Okay. En dan sal ek gaan kyk na die swaal. Okay. om vas te stel, is daar logika, hoekom sit ek met 'n baie hoë kalsium? As dit 'n swaarder grond is, dan dink 'n mens heeltemal anders. Dan kan jy aanvaar die kalsium kan hoog wees, maar die pH is nie noodwendig so hoog nie. Okay. Ek gaan nou baie vinnig deur dit, maar ek wil vir julle net 'n idee gee van hoe die interaksie tussen tekstuur, pH, en die ander katione, dat dit praat met mekaar. Okay. Goed, die volgende is weer eens om terug te kom na tekstuur toe en as in hierdie geval sit ons nie met 'n braakgrond nie, maar as jy weerstand het op die EC en jy sou aanduiding kry dat dit 'n braakgrond is. In die geval van sien maar die grond in hierdie geval se weerstand was baie laag geweest. Dan die volgende waarna ek maar kyk is kalium. Kalium is een van die elemente wat as dit hoog is onmiddellik lei tot lae weerstand. Okay. Daarna gaan ek kyk na die ander katione. Natrium natuurlik ook. Okay. So jy kry baie situasie waar die weerstand laag is. En die neiging het ek al opgetel by baie mense is om dat te kyk na die natrium. Okay. Maar baie keer kry jy 'n lae weerstand, so dit beteken dit is 'n braakgrond, maar die natrium is nie hoog nie. Kalium is een van die elemente wat onmiddellik jou weerstand verlaag. So ek sal as ek 'n lae weerstand het, kyk ek self kyk altyd eers na die natrium, ek sal kyk na die uitdraagbare natrium persentasie en as dit laag is, die volgende ding waarna ek kyk is kalium. En baie keer sal die kaliumvlakke dan hoog wees, veral in 'n sandgrond. Alright, want julle moet onthou, jy sit dan met vrykatione in 'n sandgrond. As dit 'n swaarder grond is, gaan 'n hoë kalium nie noodwendig so 'n impak hê op die weerstand nie. Dan begin ou kyk na die totale hoeveelheid kation. Die ander ding is oor diepte ook, weer eens ek kan dan nie hoop sien. Mens kan nie, jy weet, in hierdie grondafdeling sien jy jou klassieke voorbeeld nie, maar oor diepte. As jy byvoorbeeld in 'n duplex grond baie keer kry jy magnesium in die ondergrond wat hoog is en 'n lae weerstand, dan weet ek kan werk hiermee. Dis waar, ek kan dit vertrou. Die ontleding, die patroon is reg. Sê vir my onmiddellik 'n prentjie van hoe lyk daai grond. Ek sit met 'n duplex grond. Weet partykeer sê mense by hoe weet jy hierdie grond kom met daai omgewing uit? Ek weet as ek 'n grond het. As iemand van my grondprofiel grond stuur met hoë magnesium in die ondergrond, lae weerstand, is die kans dat dit oor die berg kan die berg kom met daai klei gronde. Weet, die baie goeie kans, nie altyd nie, maar baie goeie kans. Dis daai tendens. Okay. Goed, klipfraksie, ons het al baie gepraat oor klipfraksie. Ek noem klipfraksie as nie deel van die interpretasie van die grondafdeling, maar dit is krities veral by grondvoorbereiding om dit in te bring by aanbevelings. En my vraag aan julle, en ons kan daaroor gesels is, ek glo mense moet dit in ag neem by gips aanbevelings, maar wat van iets soos fosfaat of kalium? Okay, kan ons gepraat daaroor net dan? Ek sien Heinrich knik sy kop dat dit nodig is om te praat. Dan die volgende is presentasie basisversadiging. Die kans dat ek dan presentasie basisversadiging op grond te deel. Ek sê vir julle wat doen ek. Okay, ek sê nie dis wat julle moet doen nie. Gaan kyk, is bitter klein. Oor die algemeen ignoreer ek dit en hierso in die proses wil ek nou enige iemand veral iemand wat nie hier in Stellenbosch omgewing werk nie, maar buite enige area buite Stellenbosch omgewing werk, wil ek vandag aanvat en sê presentasie basisversadiging beteken sweetblou boggerel. Okay. As jy die Albrecht benadering en verhouding van katione beteken sweetblou boggerel. Okay. Dis my standpunt. Ek gaan nou vir julle sê hoekom ek so dink. Ek sal net daarna kyk as ek 'n braakgrond het, sal ek kyk na die natrium presentasie basisversadiging. Hoekom sê ek so? In my ervaring is dit net hier in hierdie Stellenbosch omgewing met 10-15%, miskien 20% kleie, wat oor die algemeen natuurlik suur is, en as hy bekalk is, sal hy bekalk wees na pH van 5.6, miskien 6 toe. Okay. Vir die res van, so dit is gronde wat nie brakkes nie. Dis nie gronde wat 'n klomp vry kalke het nie. Dis nie gronde wat oorbemes is nie. Okay. Die katione wat daarin is, die grootste deel van dit sit op die uitdraagkompleks. Okay. En daar's 'n sekere hoeveelheid klei wat daai uitdraagkompleks verskaf. Die oomblik as jy in 'n sandgrond ingaan, die oomblik as jy in 'n grond ingaan wat vry kalk het, of 'n hoë pH het, of brak het, okay, dan is daai persentasie basiese versadiging nie verteenwoordigend van wat op die uitdraagkompleks sit nie. Okay. Dit is 'n klomp vry soutte wat in die grond is, die lab ontleed alles. Okay. Met die ekstraksie. So jy kan nie dit gebruik om dan aanpassings mee te maak. 'n klassieke voorbeeld is 'n grond wat vry kalk het. Okay. Jy gaan sit met 'n hoë pH, met 'n klomp kalsium wat geëkstraheer word. En as jy daai verhouding wil regstel, gaan dit enorme hoeveelheid kalium vat. En dan sit dit bo op daai pakkie 'n sandgrond waar die kalium wat ek vandag gee en ek besproei, is 3, 4, 5 weke later al alles weer uitgewas. Okay. So wat die basiese versadiging betref, en julle kan my aanvul, ons kan gesels daaroor. Okay. In enige omgewing buite my ervaring Stellenbosch waar ek gemaklik is, kyk ek nie eers daarna nie. En dan moenie laat ek dit julle sagte stel. Die teewater vir die teewater as 'n aanduiding van die KIK van die grond beteken ook in dieselfde konteks net mooi niks. As ek so aanvaar hierdie is 'n Stellenbosch grond, sal ek gemaklik wees as jy sê dit is naby die KIK. So wat ons doen in die lab byvoorbeeld as iemand die KIK aanvra, dat ons die KIK akkuraat bepaal. Okay. Dan sal as die KIK resultaat hoër is as die teewaarde, dan weet ek ons het ons KIK verkeerd bepaal. Want dit kan nooit hoër wees as die teewaarde. Dit sal of laer wees, en as dit 'n brakgrond is, baie laer, as dit 'n grond is met vry kalk, sal hy baie laer wees. Okay? In Stellenbosch sal hy naby aan dit wees. Okay. Goed, so, as ons kyk na hierdie ontleding, wat 'n grond so ontleding dink julle was hierdie? Okay, dit is maklik, hè? Sê die regterkant se grond. Okay, dit is meer sanderige grond, hy is meer homogeen. Is nie 'n duplex grond waar jy skielik swaar en klein die grond is nie. Ons het dit gesien in die chemie. Okay. Goed, gou vandag net my uitrig. Iets anders, dit is nou meer oor hoe hanteer 'n mens grondonderneming. Se vraag het ek. Dis 'n paar kwessies waarmee ons gekonfronteer word waar ek vrae het. Gereeld, wat ek ervaar mense mee worstel. So ek sê vir julle wat ek doen, ek sal graag julle insette wil hê. As ek verkeerd is, help my. Vra baie keer as die grond is hierdie lae weerstand, hy's so op die grens. Ons praat van, kom ons sê net maar by wingerd, so is dit 300 en onder. By ander gewasse waar mense baie keer eerder 400, onder 400, dan begin hulle bekommer dra. Ek sê baie keer, die oomblik wanneer die weerstand laag begin raak, as die mense so brakgrond, dan word gips aanbeveel. Hoe grond is hierdie met 'n uitdraagbare natriumpersentasie van 5%, en daar is die hoë kalium. Okay. Sal ek nie gips aanbeveel nie. Okay. My aanbeveling aan hierdie persoon is, sorg dat jy op 'n manier die grond goed gedreineer kry en gee water. Gips is nie die oplossing op hierdie grond. Okay. In hierdie geval, dis 'n bietjie van 'n moeiliker ene. Weer 'n lae weerstand. Kalium is laag. Natrium lê by 10%, nie 15% nie, maar 10%. Okay. Kalsium magnesium verhouding is nie lekker nie. Van my ouer kollegas, mense wat so ouer as ek is, baie van hulle veral in wingerd werk op 15%. Sê as jy tussen 10 en 15% uitdraagbare natriumpersentasie lê, if jy nog nie regtig te worry oor om gips te gee nie, ek sal eers bo 15% gee. In hierdie geval sal ek wel dit oorweeg om gips te gee, veral om daai kalsium-magnesium verhouding reg te stel. Ek verwag ek gaan sukkel met dreinering as gevolg van die hoë magnesium, en dan veral as jy dan nog sit met 'n leemgrond ook. gaan die natrium ook probleme skep. Okay, so hier sal ek, die vraag is nou, wat gebruik ek hier om 'n gipsaanbeveling te maak? Okay, as dit net natrium was in kwessie, dan sou ek natrium gebruik het om die gipsaanbeveling te maak. Maar wat gebruik 'n mens hier? Okay, hoe gaan ons te werk? En dit is 'n vraag wat ek aan julle stel. Ek sal graag opinie wil kry daaroor. So, die van julle wat opinie het, maak gewoon nota asseblief wat ons daaroor gesels. Okay, André? Johan? Okay, dan, ek is amper klaar. Net fosfaat. Hier is 'n B in my bal het ons het laas vorige keer baie gepraat oor die interpretasie van fosfaatontledings en die norme en verskillende ekstraksiemetodes. As julle daai inligting wil hê, asseblief ons stuur dit vir julle. Hier is 'n klassieke voorbeeld van en dit kom in die Oranje rivier uit. Dis waar my baan het begin. In die Oranje rivier het die ouens begin bemest met ammonium stikstof. Progressief daai grond is 'n pH laag. Baie van die laboratoriums, nie baie nie, maar sommige laboratoriums ontleed as die pH bo 7 is, ontleed hulle olsin. As hy onder 7 is, dan ontleed hulle brei. 2. As ek weer hierdie pH moes gaan meet, is die kans goed dat hy 7 sou wees. Okay. Want ek wil die akkuraatheid van 'n pH-meting is net nie so perfek nie. Okay. So, sê nou maar dit sou gebeur het, en jy sou dit weer ontleed. Wat se olsin ekstraksie ontleding sou ons hier kry? Die brei het op 58 dele per miljoen gestaan. Okay. En daar is die syfers, julle. Die vraag is, hoe interpreteer jy hierdie fosfaatontleding? Okay. Baie mense sê, by hoë pH is die fosfaat nie toeganklik nie, die olsin is verteenwoordiging daarvan. Daar lê onder die norm, okay, vir olsin, maar hoeveel fosfaat gee jy? In ons geval, ons het 'n bietjie werk gedoen, of Vivian is hierso, wat hierdie werk gedoen het, ons het gekyk na, hoeveel fosfaat is wel beskikbaar vir die plant? En wat ons agtergekom het is, of jy nou fosfaat gee op 'n hoë pH grond met 'n olsinontleding, wat tipies daai. Jy kry, maar die breiontleding lê daar, kry jy nie 'n reaksie. Jy kry verhoging in fosfaatvlakke in die plant nie, niks nie. En in alle gevalle, hier sou mens worry daaroor dat jy genoeg fosfaat het, jy sit met 'n hoë pH grond, vrek, ek moet fosfaat vergee. Okay? En waar ons nie toegedien het nie, is daar geen tekorte, niks nie. So my standpunt deesdae is, en dit is wat ons in Labserve doen, as ek nou platak is, ons het op 'n punt gekom, ek dink, ons is 'n krap ontleed. Okay, dit beteken niks nie, ek kan nie aanbeveling maak nie, ek kan nie regstelling maak daarop nie. Ek wil hê, dat by, of het sy brei, of norm, op 'n hoë pH grond, op 'n minimum vlak is. Die vraag is, wat is daai minimum norm, voordat hy nie meer, die plant nie meer genoeg kan benut nie? Die logika hoekom ek dit sê, is dat, as jy 'n gesonde wortelsysteem het, wat groei deur die grond, daar waar die wortels is, skei hy met sy uitskeidings, okay? Lae pH uitskeidings af, bring die fosfaat waarmee hy in kontak kom direk, in oplossing en hy benut dit, okay? So, fosfaatregstellings op hoë pH gronde, okay? Meng daarvan tot op 80-90 cm, wat my betref is krities. As iemand 'n aanbeveling maak en sê, jy het 'n hoë pH grond van 6, 7, 8, van 7, 8, moenie fosfaat regstel, jy gaan onderhoudsbemesting gee. My betref is dit nonsens. Okay? Ek sê vir julle wat my standpunt is. Maak daai regstelling, sorg dat die fosfaatvlakke optimaal in die grond is, en monitor jou fosfaat voedingsstatus in jou plant. Ek sal graag wil hoor of jy 'n opinie het op wat se vlak mens moet begin sê, okay, ek moet begin worry oor fosfaat. As ons praat van 'n brei 2 ontleding of 'n aangebied ensovoorts. Maar my standpunt is onderhoudsbemesting op 'n hoë pH grond met brei 2 ontledings wat daar lê is onnodig. Okay. Goed, net gou, ek's klaar met hierdie skuifing. Ek kry gereeld mense wat vir my 'n ontleding stuur soos hierdie. En die vraag is, hoe maak 'n mens 'n aanbeveling, veral vir grondvoorbereiding van 'n ontleding soos hierdie aan? Daar's nie 'n diepte aangedui nie, daar's nie tekstuur aangedui nie. Daar's baie keer is dit standaard is daar nie 'n weerstand aangedui nie. Daar's nie 'n klipfraksie aangedui nie. En dan is daar 'n draaibare sierheid by Piaf van hierdie. So wat ons laas jaar gedoen het by hierdie dag en daai inligting, daai formule sal ons julle gee. As jy ontleding soos hierdie kry, asseblief moenie die draaibare sierheid gebruik om kalkbehoefte aanbeveling te maak. Soveel mense wat baie keer sal jy vind by ontleding soos hierdie sal jy 'n Piaf van 4.5 hê, maar daar's nie 'n draaibare sierheid bepaal nie. Dan weet ek sommer dat dit heel waarskynlik 'n sandgrond is. Want die uitdraagbare sierheid is so laag, hulle kan dit nie eens optel nie. Okay. Jy wil weet wat is die residuele sierheid en met die eksterne metode en die R-waarde, het ons laas daai formule vir julle voorgehou, kan jy dan eintlik bepaal wat is die residuele sierheid. Okay. So as jy so 'n ontleding sou kry, vra vir ons kan jou help om 'n residuele sierheid te bepaal. Of jy weer die formule gee en dan het jy dit en dan kan jy dit in die toekoms gebruik. En dan net om af te sluit, weer eens, ek sal graag hoor hoe mense hierdie bultdigtheid gebruik. My standpunt is daai ding beteken nie veel nie, behalwe dat hy miskien vir so 'n bietjie van 'n aanduiding gee van wat daar eintlik moes gestaan het. Okay? Want dit is 'n versteurde monster. Hy word gedroog, hy word gesif, die klip word uitgehaal. Okay, en hulle sê nie eens meer wat die klip is nie. So wat beteken daai monster? Daai waarde. Okay? As daar iemand is wat dit sinvol kan gebruik, sê vir my asseblief nou. Die ander een is hierdie verhoudings, dit kom weer terug na ek weet nie wat mense met daai verhoudings kan maak nie. Dit word gerapporteer. Hoe gebruik julle dit? Want weer eens en ek weet ek sal dit dalk op 'n moeilike posisie plaas. Weer eens ek kan nie hierdie word van die sentimol waarde afgepaal. Ja, in baie gevalle is dit vry katone wat daar in die grond sit. Dis nie op jou uitbouposisie. Okay. So my vraag is hoe gebruik wat se waarde het hierdie? Want dis iets wat ek nog nooit sin kon uitmaak. Okay. Dankie, dis dit. Ja.
Hy kom op 3. Ek kan saamvul nou, daar staat 'n fraksie van 5%. So ek moet dit ons aanteken. Want julle kry nie daai saamvul, julle kry die klein klip.
Ja, dis 'n goeie punt. Ja. So julle moet onthou jy kan as jy die klip en een wat ek sal nooit vergeet nie, ons by tafeltrek kompetisie in Portugal een keer. Die ou profiel gaan vir ons gemaak. En toe ons daar wegstap, na die volgende gat toe sê hy soms mense maak ook weer die gat toe. Toe ons terugkom, toe lê daar 'n hoop klippe op die gat, want hulle kon nie al die klippe terug in die gat kry nie. So in so 'n scenario moet jy wanneer jy die monster trek, moet jy aanteken. Jy kan ons nie al daai klip in jou mond besit nie. Ek bedoel jy moet realiseer, dan moet jy aanteken, jy moet skatting maak van wat is die volume klip. En gee dit vir ons wanneer jy die monster stuur, sodat ons dit rapporteer op die verslag en die persoon wat jou aanbevelings maak of as jy self dit dan gebruik. So dit is dankie, dit is 'n baie belangrike stelling, punt daai. Okay, enige vrae, anders moet ek mense begin vra. Enige kommentaar, Andre?
Ja, smaak kom vir ons. Nee, maar dit is waar met die monster en ons die klipfraksie, dit is belangrik om die monsters reg te neem, maar dan is te veel om te doen.
Okay, kom ek kan ek vra? Kan ons gou gespreek daar gidsondeling? Gidsondeling. Ja, skies, ek het by 'n paar daai hoe gaan mense aanbeveling maak hier? Sou jy 'n gids aanbeveling maak? Ja, okay. Wat sê jy?
Ik ga hem met die kijken. We zijn er maar je moet zeggen dat we moeten verschillen naar hoe alle vragen worden. Maar ik heb alles zitten bij je kind rijden.
Wat zal jij? Okay. Hoekom sê jy op 6% gee? Maar kyk, as jy sandgrond het, gaan jy nog steeds weer, is miskien iets wat ek jou gesê het, as dit 'n sandgrond sou wees daai, en hy is op 6, gaan ek jou sê, waar nie oor dit, want die kans dat natrium in elk geval van loog is redelik groot. As hy, jy weet, so op 'n leemgrond waar hy 10% is, op Bunge, die manne wat onder David Simon en daar groot geword het, wen nie, waar is wen nie? Daar, wat werk jy op wat se natrium werk jy op 'n Bunge, vir wyndrywe?
Ek speel.
Ja. Okay, goed, dis geldige punt. Ek dink, weet, ek het op 'n groot geword van net voor by skool wat baie baseer is op hierdie omgewing. Maar ek dink baie ouens werk op 15% natrium. So weer eens, ek dink weet vir vrugte gaan jy dalk 'n ander norm, ek stem saam oor die berg, weet jy gaan in moeilikheid in hardloop as jy by 10% begin kom, dan gaan jy in moeilikheid hardloop vrugte. Dit maar ek dink die tekstuur speel ook 'n rol daar. Jy weet as jy swaarder grond het, gaan jy waarskynlik meer senuweeagtig begin raak by 'n sekere vlak van uitroubare natrium. Wat? Jy skiet jou kop, en jy nog iets byvoeg?
Nee, ek is saam met Louis. Ek dink my beginpunt vir gipsgee was altyd 6% vir alles magnesium hoog is, en dan 8 na 10% as jy voel magnesium is nie 'n probleem. Maar ek het gewoonlik die voordeel gehad dat die meeste gronde waarop ek 'n aanbeveling maak, het ek gesien. So,
ja.
Dit maak 'n groot verskil.
Ja. Okay. Jy het ook iets gesê nog?
Ja, ek het 'n vraag gehad oor maar obviously kyk na waar vanaf gekom het klimaat, en dit lyk op baie veel hoër as daai scenario.
Jy verwag nie dat daar gaan wees nie, met die magnesium wat relatief hoog is. En ook die natrium kan ook, en omdat dit 'n leemgrond is, verwag jy dat die loging maar lekker kan wees. Okay, nou hoe kom jy by 'n som uit van gips? Wat gebruik jy? Gaan jy probeer uitwerk hoeveel kalsium jy nodig het om die kalsium-magnesium verhouding reg te stel? Of gaan jy die natrium gebruik, of gaan jy 'n kombinasie van die twee gebruik? Gebruik julle so? Okay. Ja, okay. Benny, kom ons hanteer die twee gehad apart. Kom ons sê dis voorbereiding.
Dan wil jy weet wat die diepte.
Dis reg, jy wil weet.
Ek grondvol. Kan ek bring?
Ja, okay. Wie sou dit wil weet, maar gaan dit bepaal of die gips gee?
Ja, so die plek stomp is wat jy kan draaier en jy gooi dit op gips op raak in die stomp verder.
Okay, mooi, dankie aan. Dit is 'n goeie stelling daai. Dit is absoluut reg, jy weet. En dit raak miskien nie aan hierdie grond nie, maar een van die goed wat mense baie keer is, hulle raak sien nie weer agter. En as hierdie nou sandgrond was, niemand wil nou 'n moeise spul gips op dit gaan gooi. Dan's weer eens my standpunt is daai gips dra eintlik meer by tot braak as wat dit gaan regtig help, want jy sit met sand. So die natrium sit nie. Dis nie asof die natrium verplaas hoef te word op jou klatjie op jou klein. Hy moet net uitgewas word. Okay. Maar jy's reg. weet so jou gips wat jy gaan aanbeveel gaan ook, weet, gaan in kleiner paemente meer gereeld wees. Jy weet, ek onthou as jong man het ek 'n aanbeveling gelees het gegee, toe ek net begin by die voorbyt. Toe vra, ek het nou nie die oudste naam onthou nie, hy was daai tyd nog voor Windbron bestaan, het met KWV gewerk. Toe het ek nou, vra hy vir my vraag van, okay, maar hoeveel, wat is die maksimum hoeveelheid gips wat jy op 'n grond kan toelief? En dis die eerste keer wat ek so, as jong man met daai vraag gekonfronteer word, en na die tyd ek al vraag gekom is kom raad ek knip, want as ek hom geantwoord het. En sy antwoord daai tyd was gewees maksimum 10 ton, en as jy aanbeveling bo dit is, dan volg jy op na die tyd met die verskil bo op die grond. Nou, so ek dink 'n mens moet wys wees met die hoeveelheid gips wat jy gee. Ja, dis dan vir inwerk, ja. Goed, are we going to have to quit? Okay. Is it? Ja, I see this. Okay. Enigiemand anders wat nog kommentaar wil lewer of 'n vraag het oor wat ek gesê het, niemand maak enige stelling nie. En ek weet ek julle in 'n moeilike posisie daar geplaas oor my standpunt rondom die basisversadiging.
Daar kommentaar lewer, maar daar sien saamloop. Ek dink ons gee te min aandag aan die KIK-waardes. Daar word die hele tyd gepresenteer waar is 'n KIK-waardes rond te spring en die ouens word verwar met mekaar. Ek dink daar word genoeg aandag aan gegee.
Okay, maar wat gaan jy doen as jy die KIK-waarde het?
Ek gebruik die KIK-waarde en dis die basis waarmee ek gebruik. Die KIK-waarde is gebruik.
Kyk, van die laboratoriumse kant af kan julle enige tyd KIK's doen. Ek persoonlik kan nie aanbeveel as jy 'n KIK nie. Ek gaan eerder wil hê die lab moet vir jou sê wat sy teksture het.
So ek het in 'n KIK staan as in die grond, ek is nou dis nou maar my punt waar uit wil gekom het, waar ou baie keer in die veld kom en snaakse aanbevelings kry. En 'n ou sien baie duidelik, die verskil in die snaakse aanbeveling kom van iemand wat die monster geneem het en die laboratorium toe gestuur het en van die laboratorium is 'n ontleding hy moet anders in 'n kantoor toe en van daar af is 'n aanbeveling teruggemaak na die plaas en daar sê ja se kommunikasie gaaf en daar. En die helfte keer waar jy verskil van 'n ou is nie jy verskil nie van hoe die aanbeveling gemaak het of enige jy kan net al daai stappe jy was fisies in die gat jy die lab vanaf terug gekry jy weet hoe dat ontleed is en jy kan die aanbeveling maak. Ja. En dis baie van daai vrae wat gebruik jy. Dit is wat jy in die veld gesien het. Die KIK-waardes dit help jou besluit saam met jou tekstuurwaarde. Dit is al daai goeders wat begin 'n rol speel. En ek dink dis ongelukkig die nadeel waar ons net zoom iets werk jy altyd en jy moet mekaar soms in die gesig sien. Ons moet die gronde en 'n aanbeveling van mekaar uitvoer.
Okay, great. Ek dink ons moet breek. Ekskuus, ja. Nou die residuele suurheid bedoel ek. Die residuele suurheid is aluminium insluit. So ek praat van ander laboratoriums, ek praat van die laboratoriums wat residuele suurheid doen in daai geval. Okay. Goed, ekskuus Pieter, ekskuus. Ek weet ons nog gaan beter maar as daar vrae is, is belangrik dat ons dit aanspreek.
As daar geen waterstofwaarde is, en sit met bias hier met om 5, wat sê jy ongeveer?
Dan gebruik jy daai formuletjie wat ons vir julle gegee het met die R-waarde, en dan bepaal jy dit. Okay, dan gaan jy 80% korrek wees. Okay, die van julle wat kwessies het of vrae het met wat ek gesê het, maar nie nou iets vir kommentaar wil lewer nie. Asseblief kom praat met my, stuur vir my 'n e-mail. Okay. Dankie, kom ons breek vir tee.
Ja, wat Labserve ja, ek het gehoor dat
want dis in die harts, maar
my vraag van my is artikel wat van Amerika kom net so kan keer is. Dus kan nie alles kry van kom maar film. Maar jy kan ook nie waansinnig om indruk op. Kan nie bo op die grond. Ja, dis ek sê deur my grond te doen. As dit sommer net so afgaan.
dis nie eintlik jou afgesien het. Dis wat wil sê almal die Spanjaarde sê hulle doen dit so.
As 'n blok spuit dan ek sien
Veel spuit hier.
Hallo julle, kan ons nou maar begin asseblief? Ons gaan so 'n bietjie laat as die plan nie gelukkig
in die seisoen. Ja, ek weet nie. Dis maar meer met ja, want dit is nie sulke massiewe hoeveelhede nie.
Nou wie dit
Skep maar 750.
Kan ons weer begin asseblief? Die volgende persoon wat nou op die program is Kobus Hunter, professor Kobus Hunter. Die van julle wat in die wynbedryf werk sal sekerlik vir Kobus ken. Hy is baie jare spesialis navorser by LNR en een van die plantfisioloë wat ek graag na luister en probeer baie respek het en ons het hom so onderwerp gegee wat ons gedink het, dit sal goed wees om net die hele kwessie van vraag en die praktiese kwessies en as 'n baie goeie boukundige, maar wat ook ek dink 'n baie holistiese siening het rondom die plant en soos dan nou maar konteks kan gee, miskien 'n bingerdstok, die verhouding tussen grond en plantprestasie, dan is Kobus seker een van die beste mense. So ons het hom gevra om hy het ons die lesing voorberei. Kobus het weet dit is baie gevraagd geweest, maar baie dankie. En gee oor aan jou. Julle moet net sê as julle, ek weet hier is 'n bietjie geraas, as dit sag is, ons het 'n mikrofoon by dit daar.
Kan jy my hoor daar agter? Ek dan moet ek ek sal dan maar ook probeer met die dinge in Engels te doen. Want ek dink dit gaan 'n bietjie makliker wees met die terminologie. Ek wil oor hierdie onderwerp praat, omdat dit 'n ding is wat oor my pad kom in die veld. En daarmee sê ek nou glad, dat vanavond hier dat ek 'n expert is op relatief op gedrag, maar ek kry daarmee te doen en het voel vir my die besigheid is nog nie te resolve. Ek voel daar so mense so shy away from the subject. So ek gaat hem ook een oplossen bedanken. maar miskien kan ons mekaar 'n bietjie help. Nou kan julle vir my scenario's skep wat julle ook sien. Ek het nou ongelukkig ook hierdie fancy tabelle wat hulle so het, dat hulle so in detail bespreek. Ek wil sommer maar net 'n paar goed sê. Want dat ons die dinge 'n bietjie beter verstaan miskien. En laat ons sien waarmee mense hulle geld te doen kry. Ek wil graag 'n voorbeeld aan die einde doen van 'n plaas wat hier en Sandstone, een van die plase, 500 hektar plaas. Wanneer mens so 'n plaas bestuur, en wanneer mens betrokke is by so 'n plaas, dan kom jy agter, as wat al die house magnitude is op betrokke, van beide, en dan moet die mens probeer sin maak. Oké, kom ons begin nou maar met die wedstryd. Firstly, I don't want to talk about climate change because I think this is something that you've heard about maybe enough already. But there are some factors that we need to take care of, and we need to understand the increase in temperature is really a global concern, and the more hot weather and the more extreme hot weather, that's really a concern. Secondly, I think a further concern is drought. The Gippen classification of fruit growing areas here in the Western Cape classifies most of the regions as arid and semi-arid. And as you well know, only 30% of South Africa actually receives more than 500 millimeters of rain per annum. So things are drying up and heating up. Now, climate change definitely impacts plant and soil response. The negative changes, you all know the negative changes, the migration of plantings maybe to cooler areas, particularly for grapevines. That I'm more involved with unstable phenological stages of the trees, harvest logistics, the market that is affected because people are worried about the consistency of the quality from year to year. But I'd like to talk about the positive effects, because people never talk about the maybe possible positive effects. A gradual continuing rise in atmospheric CO2 concentrations and temperature may actually lead to adaptation and some positive changes that may actually include epigenetic changes as well. Epigenetic meaning that the plant can actually adapt to its environment to some extent. For example, we may see increased photosynthetic rates with higher temperature and water use efficiency, increased salt tolerance actually because of the higher metabolic activity of the plant, higher soil microbial activity because of higher temperatures in the soil, hence increases in soil organic matter, improved infiltration rates in soil stability, increased soil resilience against erosion and nutrient loss. But these can only happen if water is available. If water is not available, these are not going to happen. So water is a critical factor. In arid conditions, higher temperature and evaporative demand may lead to desertification and salinization. That's a fact. Globally, about 400 megahectares of soil are saline, and 20 to 30% of the approximate 230 megahectares of the irrigated land may be soil affected, and that leads to an annual loss of about 240 billion rand. That's the scale Tolerance obviously depends on soil type, but fruit trees in general are considered sensitive to very sensitive to salinity. The electrical conductivity thresholds, for example, for grapevines, are about 1.5. For apples, pears, peaches, and lemons, oranges, 1.5 to 1.7. Now, what happens under arid, saline soil and water and high temperature conditions? There's water loss from irrigation and the rooting zone because of drainage, transpiration, and evaporation. This leads to a concentration in salt content, and it increases the salinity. What actually happens is the chloride remains largely free in soil solution, and when it's taken up, it damages the cell membranes. The sodium bonds loosely to the colloids, and the colloids actually lose aggregation of clots, and the soil is then dispersed. A clay soil may in time actually become a sandy clay soil. This reduces infiltration and drainage. Waterlogging occurs, sodium competes with other cations for positions on the colloids, and salinity increases. The soil air is then replaced by water. The activity of oxygen-depending microbes is reduced, mineralization is reduced, denitrification takes place, water absorption is reduced, and water stress symptoms occur. The bad microbes like nematodes, I can tell you in the sandy soil, you should be aware of these always. They will always increase under such conditions, and the good microbes and trichoderma will decrease. Now, when the salt increases, it decreases the soil's moisture status. And this actually slows down water absorption by the root system, because the gradient between the soil solution and the root sap decreases in water retention. And it may even reverse it under extreme conditions. The plant may actually lose water to the soil. So this osmotic effect happens before you see any visible symptoms. The root system and actually the whole plant would experience water deficit. Now, water deficit per se may not be negative. If it's reversible, the plant can actually retain its homeostatic mechanisms, and homeostasis is recoverable, then water deficit may in general be a good thing. For quality, for example, in grapevines, it's a good thing if there's a little water deficit. But when it becomes stress, it's a completely different story. If it's not reversible, it's stress, and then it damages good state. The abscisic acid concentrations under such conditions will increase in the root system. It's transported to the aerial parts, but it will tell the stomator to close, because it's a signal, normally a stress hormone. And then the photosynthetic activity would decrease, and the root absorption would decrease, and growth will decrease, and even the whole plant will come to a standstill. Any soil limitation, whether it's hard layers, compaction, water table, salinity, toxic elements, doesn't matter what it is, and then the culprit of poor planting, which is just a physical thing, but it has a huge impact. Any such limitation would decrease the mineral absorption. It will restrict deep root penetration. It will change the root distribution pattern, and it will affect the canopy sufficiency and actually the efficiency of the canopy in photosynthetic activity to support food quantity and quality. In arid conditions, restrictions to drainage will actually increase salinity because it's a confined area and the evaporation and transpiration continues and salinity increases in the confined area if there are limitations. And it may lead to differential absorption within the same root system because of soil differences in the root tip profile. Now, if any of these movements, the root interception and mass flow, diffusion, any of these ion movements that normally occur in the soil solution towards the root, or the root hairs going towards the minerals, if any of those are affected, and if any of the mass flow mechanisms in the aerial part, like the flow up in the xylem and the downflow in the flow of sucrose, for example, towards the zincs, and especially towards the fruit, because it affects fruit development and fruit quality. If any of those are affected, then the whole plant will decrease and you will never reach your goals in terms of yield and quality. These processes, subterranean and above ground, are interdependent. When you see a situation like this, then you need to understand now you are in serious trouble, because this is a grapevine canopy left on top, and there's serious drought, there's stress, water stress, there's salinity, there's overcropping, virus symptoms, poor canopy management, and that canopy is actually related to that root system in the center top. Now what you see in the root system is that the roots are growing horizontally, poorly planted in the first place. There's salinity in the soil, and when you have that, it's basically impossible to reverse. So be careful when you do the planting. That's the first thing. In the center at the bottom, there's a citrus root system that we have actually observed. And that root system was totally confined to the dripper profile. It's also confined, a huge tree, but small root system. On the right, a very shallow grapevine root system, either from frequent irrigation with small volumes for the plant, and very poorly planted, planting practices for the root system. It just doesn't like the subsoil layer. So stress affects the functional equilibrium. That is important between the canopy and the root system. And it's all about size and activity. It is indeed important. So for the root system and for the canopy. The size of the root system, size of the canopy, and the activity. Activity normally refers to absorption and in the aerial parts, photosynthetic activity. This is a kind of situation that's more preferred, where we have a sufficient canopy and a very efficient canopy. Sufficiency meaning the canopy is covering all surface. I always try to cover all surface. When you have a vertical system, it's different, but and you try to be as close as possible with the rows. But this is a Paval system in Argentina, and fully covered. It's a challenge to develop a root system, the cooling system, but you can actually cover it. Sometimes the rows are like 6 meters apart, and it's a hell of a challenge to develop a cooling system to cover all the space. But it's possible. You can see the good microclimate in the canopy. That means that it's an efficient canopy if the leaves are in good state. You can see also some flecks at the bottom of the soil. And then you see the root system that's distributed horizontally, vertically, And you have good sizes, thicker roots, medium-sized roots, thin roots, fine roots in this same root system. And this is the kind of support that the aerial growth can give to the root system and vice versa. Now, I'd like to come back to salinity. Obviously, there are many mineral deficiencies and toxicities that will impact, but I'd like to talk a bit about this particular case. Now, these are two EC maps of a 500-hectare wine grape farm close to Mendoza in Argentina. It originally receives 250 millimeters of rain per annum, and the classifications according to Kippen, Geiger, arid, desert, cold, high summer temperature. And I can tell you they also get hail and they get frost. So this is about 150 kilometers from the Andes Mountains. The water migrates into the plains, into the desert. If it wasn't for the Andes Mountains, it would have been a disaster. And the boreholes are about 200 to 300 meters deep. This is the only water source. On the left is 2021, on the right 2024. And there's been a big change in salinity. Normal salinity here was 1.5 to 2.5 decisiemens per meter, now shifted to mostly 4 to more than 5. And 1 decisiemens per meter is actually supposed to be normal, without affecting, or not normal, but not affecting the crop. Irrigation water is also saline. It's 1.75 to 2.65 decisiemens per meter. And it's mostly sandy to sandy loamy soils, average pH 7.1 to 7.6. On heavier texture soils, more loamy soils, there's more budding and setting problem. And that's actually the big effect, setting. Now, as you may all know, EC is not a direct measurement of specific soils, but more it's correlated to the concentration of many cations and ions in the soil. But it is a crucial indicator of soil health, and it should be monitored regularly. And here we can use leaf and plateau as indicators. This sodium absorption ratio is also normally used as an indicator of soil health, kind of. People will probably have a problem with the different ratios, but on the case farm here, the salt absorption ratio is 1 to 3 in general. And 7 to 8 is actually considered alarming. So it's not that bad. To counteract the effect of excessive sodium on the exchange complex and actually to reinitiate soil aggregation, the general idea is, under general circumstances, or the theory is to reintroduce calcium into the soil solution. Now, this is best achieved by application of gypsum. What happens is the calcium in gypsum actually displaces the sodium on the exchange side. The sodium then reacts with sulfate to form sodium sulfate, which is water soluble, it's leached, and it actually effectively removes the sodium from the soil and replaces it by calcium. And that allows a restoring of the good soil structure, supposed to be. Now, on this particular farm, to buffer the IEC and to increase crop tolerance, irrigation, flood and drip irrigation are used. And it has two purposes: salinity control, which is done in the winter with leaching, and once in the summer, again, with high volume leaching between set and then. And then for growth control and obviously and for fertilizer application and so on. Now, on this farm, the soil organic matter and the soil health are very important. We try to do compost, mulching, cover crops the best we can. The thresholds of cover crops are actually higher than normal crop trees. So it can be used very effectively. Flood and drip irrigation, like I said, with saline water, not too close to springtime. We don't want a cold root system. We want the root system to be active, absorbing. But normally we irrigate a little beyond the evapotranspiration. We kind of still get a little bit of leaching. Drippers, try to space the drippers closer and with higher volumes. To the moment that there's irrigated, there's a higher volume actually into the soil. And try to install deep drainage if possible. Zinc sprays, we use this to stimulate photosynthetic activity, and boron sprays for root activity and very sick. Mineral balances, try to place more emphasis on phosphorus and potassium than on nitrogen. We found that when we boost nitrogen, the vegetative growth is extreme and a lot of shade, and it makes the setting more than anything else. For nitrogen-potassium ratios, antagonism seems to be enhanced actually under saline conditions. So monitor also magnesium regularly. We try to avoid potassium chloride because the chloride is already in the sand in the soil. Potassium sulfate seems to be a better buffer for salinity. Then the strategy is to decrease the nitrogen fertilizer in the beginning of the season, but rather increase the potassium fertilizer. And aiming for a 0.4 NK ratio. It seems low, but it seems to work under these conditions. For grapevines, root stock selection is absolutely critical. We use 1103 portion for more yield focus, quality focus, and Ramsey, which fares very well on the sandy and nematode-infested soils for yield focus because there's more growth, more buds, more yield. And if the canopy can be controlled, then it can quality as well. Varietal tolerance differences do occur. It's still evolving, but for grapevines, for example, Chenin Blanc is a variety that fares very well under these conditions. Actually amazing. So, this is the final. I think it's complicated, this whole challenge on such a large farm. It's a management challenge to combine everything and to get things right in terms of the need for growth, the need for crop, and canopy control to get water use efficiency to optimal and photosynthetic activity. The water requirement that is absolute must, plus the logistics that go around that to water a 500-hectare farm from boreholes. To avoid soil stress at the same time, and then always the farmer's demand for higher production and food quality. However, finally, despite all of that, it still seems better to water than not to water. So water stress seems more damaging than soil stress. And that's about what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Ek dink die hele kwessie van brakwater en toenemende brak gaan al hoe meer 'n kwessie raak. En ek dink die van julle wat nou redelik baie in die veld werk en uit ander areas, dis 'n vraag wat al hoe meer leef voor dag. Swakker waterkwaliteit, brakgronde. Aan die ene kant is daar 'n lekker positiewe boodskap, aan die ene kant en die ander kant is daar 'n klompie uitdagings. Dit sal lekker wees as ons 'n bietjie daaroor kan gesels in die vraatyd, want ek het ook 'n paar vrae oor die gebruik van brakwater op brakgronde en dit is al wat die produsent het. Wat is die beste? Dis nie 'n goeie scenario nie, maar wat is die beste benadering? Okay, so dankie Kobus, dis 'n lekker perspektief. Goed, volgende persoon is Hein. Hein Gerber is sy eie deesdae, hy's 'n konsultant. Ek het vir Hein leer ken as 'n goeie ondersteuner van Labserve van First Fruits, se daar af. En Hein is ook 'n baie goeie kombinasie van hortoloog en grondkundige en is altyd interessant en lekker om Hein se perspektiewe te kry en mens teen jou eie gedagtes deur om af te speel. So en Hein wat self boer het en beide konsultasiewerk doen tussen bespreking en voeding, dink ek verstaan daai interaksie tussen die twee en dis hoekom ons vir hom gevra het om so 'n bietjie net dit bietjie uit te pleis en daai interaksie tussen die twee vir ons dan hanteer vandag. Dankie aan.
Daar is nie special effect nie, ek is nou ongelukkig, miskien van die probleempie op van die ander slides wees. Ek is op die oomblik betrokke in tegniese rolle by 3 maatskappye. Die een is in Telegraph en daar is een van my collega's daar agter. En dan is ek ook deur First Fruits met nog onafhanklike konsultasiewerk met sitruskliënte. En dan is ek ook by 'n landmaatskappy betrokke wat 'n vervaardiger en 'n verspreider van die land is. So dit is 'n bietjie van 'n mixed batch. Dis 'n bietjie in die Vryheidsarea. En dit is vanweer die betrokkenheid vir die biostimulante wat Pieter my gevra het om te praat vandag. Pieter. Maar dit is my voorreg om met julle te praat oor hierdie tema. Dit is iets waar ek redelik passievol is. Dit is iets wat ek geniet. Dit is iets wat interessant is. En dit is iets wat jou op plaas gekom waar jy maar altyd al ondersoek kan doen. Dit is altyd die moeite werd om ondersoek te doen. Dit is altyd die moeite werd om uit te vind wat aan die gang is, wat is jou se praktyk, hoe maak jy met sy besproeiing, hoe maak jy met sy voeding. Dit is bitter min wat jy nie een of ander iets in die praktyk kry wat nie optimaal is nie. Okay, so hoe ons hom gaan bespreek, hoe ons hom gaan uitpak. Eerstens, wat is die impak van grondvog op nutriëntopname? Net die praktiese en die fisiese sy daarvan. Ons gaan ook kyk na die boom, hoe impak die boom en wat is die effek daarvan dan nou op die boom se vermoë om nutriënte op te neem. Dan, wat is die ideale grondmonstervlak, potensiële ideale grondvogvlak van nutriëntopname en wat is ons tools, wat het ons tot ons beskikking om het by daai vlak, dat ons dalk identifiseer, dit gaan 'n voorstel wees, dit gaan dalk anders wees vir jou, maar wat die tools het ons, as ons dit bepaal het, om het daarby te kan bestuur. Okay. So, die eerste ding waarna ek kyk hierso is hidroliese geleiding. Hidroliese geleiding in hierdie topik is baie belangrik. En ons gaan 'n bietjie uitpak hoekom dit so belangrik is, maar wat ek daarvan wil sê is, in meeste gevalle, as die grond klammer is, as dit natter is hidroliese geleiding vinniger, en in meeste gevalle, as die grond droër is hidroliese geleiding stadiger. Nou, as ons kyk na die 3 grafika, die enetjie aan die heel linkerkant, daar's geen obstruksies nie, hidroliese geleiding is vinnig, die ene in die middel, kom die water in kontak met grondpartikels en die hidroliese geleidingstempo neem af en die pad van die water is anders en daar is wrywing by betrokke en dan in die derde ene het ons nou heel wat lig in die grond. Soek lig in die grond, maar daar moet ook 'n balans wees. So waar ons wil land met ons grondvog is iewers tussen daai tweede en die derde plekkie en ons wil dus genoeg lig in die grond hê, sodat daar suurstof is vir wortel respirasie, maar ons wil ook 'n redelike vogvlak hê, sodat 'n proses soos hidroliese geleiding optimaal kan plaasvind. Okay, as ons dan kyk na ons 3 hoofmeganismes waarmee plante voeding opneem. Waar in die begin gesê het, dink nou raai, ons miskien genoem het. My agtergrond is primêr in sitrus. So as ek iets sê wat miskien nie heeltemal werk vir jou gewas of van die gewas waarmee jy werk nie, ek dink meeste van dit sal ons kan oordra of gelei of met 'n bietjie aanpassing steeds kan toepas. So massavloei, weet ons op universiteit geleer balvloei. So ek weet nie of het reg is om te praat van massavloei nie, maar dit klink vir my beter. Dit is 'n hoofsaaklik passiewe proses en dit word gedryf deur transpirasie primêr. Maar ons wil ook voldoende vog in die grond hê, eerstens vir transpirasie om optimaal te kan plaasvind, maar ook vir hidroliese geleiding. As die hidroliese geleiding goed is, dan is die massavloei ook beter as die stomatiese geleiding ook goed is. So ons wil dit in plek hê. Dan 'n tweede meganisme is diffusie. En diffusie maak ook baie staat op grondvog, want ons praat van 'n grondoplossing. Ons het voedingsbron wat ons toedien, dit is 'n sout, dit los op, dan sit ons met soil solution en dan het ons grondvog nodig, voldoende daarvan. As ons praat van diffusie, daar moet 'n medium wees waar die sout kan beweeg. Sout beweeg in hierdie waterige medium. So ons het goeie grondvog nodig. As ons by die derde een kom, wat dan nou wortel onderskepping is, dit is maar net presies dit. Die wortels groei, dit kom in aanraking met nutriënte en die wortel kan dit opneem. Nou wortelonderskepping het ook goeie grondvog nodig, want grondvog is nodig vir terugvoer in die wortels, sodat die wortel kan groei, sodat die selle kan rek, en grondvog is ook nodig, want dit bring die meganiese sterkte van die grond af. So wanneer die wortel die grond wil penetreer en versprei, is goeie grondvog nodig. Kijk, as die grond te nat is, kan jy eens kyk. Kijk, indien die grond te nat is, benadeel het respirasie, en ek sal 'n klein bietjie meer kyk na respirasie, en wanneer respirasie benadeel word, het ons minder energie. Wanneer ons minder energie het ons minder opname van water en nutriënte. So, by te nat, ons het nou so 'n bietjie gepraat van soek klam, maar ons soek nie te nat. As dit te nat raak, is dit nadelig vir al hierdie opnamemeganismes. Okay, so wat anders gebeur as die grondwatervlak, grondvogvlak optimaal is? As ons 'n bietjie kyk na die plant, wanneer dit optimaal is, respireer die wortels optimaal en die wortels produseer energie. Okay, so by respirasie, basies om te kan respireer, moet daar lig in die grond wees, die wortels moet kan suurstof opneem, daai gas moet kan wissel, en moet kan koolstofdioksied afskei. As daar energie is, kan die osmotiese gradiënt onderhou word. So alhoewel massavloei hoofsaaklik 'n passiewe proses is, het jy nog steeds 'n osmotiese gradiënt nodig. Dit is iets wat deur die wortels in stand gehou word. Ook die rol van die wortels wat aktief respireer en aktief is, neem ook natuurlik voeding op, sodoende word die konsentrasiegradiënt wat in die grond moet wees vir diffusie onderhou. Okay, kapillêre deur, ek hou van die woord. Dit is vir my mooi. Daar's baie maniere wat ons probeer om te beskryf dat daar 'n tipe van hidroliese geleiding moet wees of ons wil graag kapillêre beweging van water in die grond hê. Dit kan gebeur as jy met drip besproei, dat as jy hierdie kontak verloor tussen jou druppotte, as jy wolkontak het tussen jou druppotte, maar baie gevalle by ons het hê, wanneer jy dit verloor het, soos wat die grond uitdroog na die winter, is dit kan nogals moeilik wees om weer terug te kry, en daar's allerlei meganismes om dit te doen. So ek hou van hierdie kapillêre deur, so as die grondvog optimaal is dit baie makliker om jou kontak tussen die natte zones te behou, en as jy die kontak kan behou, dan het jy 'n groter worteloppervlak waar die wortelsysteem en jou boomplant kan ondersteun. So daar is nog 'n stukkie afsny. Okay. Wat dan as 'n voorstel? Ons gaan as 'n bietjie data kyk, maar as 'n voorstel, wat is dan die ideale grondvogvlak as ons nou so gepraat het van die ideaal? Okay. Hierdie is interessante werk. Ek het so 'n bietjie daarvan opgesom. Nie alles nie, maar dit is werk wat gedoen is met sitrussaailinge. En basies wat hulle gevind het is, as daar 'n matige stres was, weer voor stikstoftoediening. Hierdie is nou redelik rondom stikstof gewees, dan is daar 'n vermindering in opname gewees van 12 tot 16%. As daar 'n matige stres was, tot 'n meer ernstige stres, en in hierdie sanderige medium was 'n meer ernstige stres, minus 30 kPa, of ons kan sê, dit is miskien die laer kant van 'n 2 uit 5, as ons praat van 'n voeltoets. Daar was 'n vermindering in stikstofopname van 33 tot 44%, en dit was vergeleke met sandmedium by veldkapasiteit, dit was wees by minus 10, so dit kan dalk as 'n bietjie verder wees as veldkapasiteit in die sanderige medium. Maar ons praat nog meer van 'n 4 uit 5 voeltoets. So, om dit om te draai, om dit weer te herstel, om die optimale opname te kry, kon 24 uur langer neem. Nou, die rede hoekom ons hierdie afname sien is, daar's 'n vermindering in waterinfiltrasie wanneer die grond droog is. Daar is 'n vermindering in die biologiese geleide. Right? Daar is 'n vermindering in diffusie van nutriënte, ons het gespreek hoekom, en daar is 'n vermindering in massavloei, transpirasie word geaffekteer, biologiese geleide word geaffekteer. Okay. So as ons nou met praat van, jy weet, die ideale aanduiding volg, wat ek van die literatuur sê is, ons kyk na omtrent 50 tot 70% van veldkapasiteit. As 'n ideaal, daar moet die nutriënte optimaal opneem. Ek het ook gekry dat die literatuur sê, tussen 50 en 100% van maklik plantbeskikbare water. So vir my is dit omtrent, ek sal werk, ek persoonlik werk aan die klammerkant daarvan, ek werk by ons praat van handvoeltoets, waar die meeste van ons vertrouwd is, omtrent 3.5. En ek weet ons staan baie keer in die voelgate en sê nee, hier is nou 'n droog 3, hier is 'n 3+, hier is 'n, ek sien nie so 'n paar smaal mense wat dit herken, okay, dit is bietjie subjektief, maar dit is 'n klammer gedeelte van daardie 3. Okay. So, dit beteken ons onttrek waarskynlik nie meer as 25 tot 35% van veldkapasiteit nie om optimale stikstofopname te hê. So as ons omtrent by 65% van veldkapasiteit is, of dan 53% van maklik plantbeskikbare water, voordat ons toedien. Raai stukkie oor kontaktyd daarin gesit, net want mens moet in gedagte neem, jy kan nie oor hierdie tema praat sonder om te sê, droging is 'n realiteit, en dan moet 'n mate van kontaktyd wees met jou wortels, met die voeding, voordat jy weer besproei. Dit beteken nie, jy kan nie elke dag besproei as jy drip nie, maar jy moet jou diepte en jou effektiewe worteldiepte in gedagte neem, sodat jy effektief kan wees. Ek hou van die prentjie, wat daar staan. So, ignoreer maar 'n bietjie wat daar aan die gang is, maar as ons praat van opsadige grond, weinig gedreineerheid, tot by veldwaterkapasiteit, tipies die rondom -10 kan wees, afhangende van die tekstuur van die grond. En ons het 'n hervolpunt wat ons iewers gestel het, -20 tot -40 kPa, weer eens 'n funksie van die tekstuur van die grond. Daar gaan ons omtrent hier land. Kyk, wat min of meer in die middel is van maklik planttoeganklike water. Dit sê nie eens verkeerd om hier te onttrek tot by jou hervolpunt wat jy gestel het, maar die moontlikheid bestaan dat die opname beter is by 'n natte limiet vir al die redes wat ons nou vinnig na kyk het. Okay, dan hoe om dit daar te bestuur. Ons het tools. Ons het vandag redelik gereedskap tot ons beskikking. Hulle is nie infallible nie, maar dit is goeie tools om te gebruik. So, ons kan ons vogmeettools, kapasitansie-probes, tensiometers, ons kan dit gebruik om vlakke te stel. Ons kan lyne stel, ons kan met tensions vir 'n sekere grond, vir 'n sekere klamheid wat ons wil hê, kan ons bepaal wat is daai tensiometer waarde waarby ons wil wees. En ons kan ook iets met voeltoetse. En daar's mate van korrelasie tussen voeltoetse en sekere teksture en sekere tensiometer waardes. Okay, dan natuurlik, as jy dan nou bepaal het, wat is vir jou hierdie ideale vogvlak vir nutriëntopname, Dan vir my die mees effektiewe manier om terug te sit wat jy gebruik het, is om van die bakkietranspirasie vooruitskattings gebruik te maak. Dit werk baie goed. Jy is maar altyd in 'n risiko as jy met drip sproei en sleg met vrous jou water reguleer. Dit is 'n baie riskante plek om te wees. Jy kan dit enige plek wees daar van in die koel tot 60% uit met daai plant se behoefte. En dan gebruik ons 'n woordfaktor. Ons het dan vasgestel, hier is ons voorstel, ons het meet, ons gebruik die bakkietranspirasie ry tot 'n bepaal ons terugsit. En as dit nie heeltemal werk nie, ons gaan ondersoek in die woord, dan kan ons teruggaan en sê, raai woordfaktor, gewoonlik 1, kom ons maak 9, kom ons maak 8, ons loop dit te nat, of aan die kant as ons loop dit te droog. Net vinnig oor die reënskep. Ek wil net 'n punt maak oor reëlmatigheid. Reëlmatigheid in bespreking is belangrik. Hierdie op die linkerkant is dit een oomblik droog, een oomblik oornat. Dis nou maar net die dieptes wat hierso uitgebeeld is. So dis nie waar jy wil wees nie, dis nie waar die plant wil wees nie. Die plant wil kan staat maak op 'n mate van reëlmatigheid. Jy wil 'n sekere hoeveelheid hidroliese konduktiwiteit, grondvog hê. Jy kan daaraan dink as 'n kontinuë stelsel wat vog onttrek uit die grond uit en deur transpirasie vrystel. So as jy daaraan dink aan 'n reeks, as dit 'n reeks klein riviertjies is wat oor die wortels uitkom, jy moet dit in stand hou. En in hierdie linkerkant geval gaan dit geweldig onderbroke wees. As ons na die regterkant kyk, meer die gedeelte op die verkant, dis goed, dis goeie effektiewe besproeiings tot op 40 cm. Dit is belangrik om te weet wat is jou worteldiepte, waar jy jou stikstof wil neersit. Toevallig albei van hierdie blokke presteer goed. Dit is die produsent se voorkeur om so te besproei. Uit 'n baie kompeterende onderstam daar, maar die blok kan waarskynlik heel wat beter doen. Okay, so as ek kyk na die invloed van grondvog op nutriëntopname, ons het gekyk na 'n moontlike ideale grondvogvlak, nutriëntopname, en ons het vinnig gekyk na die tools wat ons het en hoe om ons grondvog, beseker tyd in my tyd. So ter afsluiting wil ek julle los met 'n paar punte. Die tydsberekening, die hoeveelheid en die consistency, die reëlmatigheid waarmee jy besproei. Ons wil die volgende bereik. Daar moet voldoende vog in die grond wees vir optimale transpirasie, optimale terughoor in die plant. Massavloei kan dan effektief plaasvind. Daar moet voldoende grondvog wees vir goeie hidroliese leiding. Dit ondersteun ook massavloei. Daar moet voldoende grondvog wees om die grond organiese sterkte te verminder. Ons wil die nutriënte in die wortels plaas, nie verby nie, ons wil dit nie uitloop nie. En ons wil voldoende grondvog hê vir nutriënt, vir diffusie, en dan, wat seker nie die minste nie, ons wil voldoende suurstof hê vir respirasie om optimaal te kan plaasvind. Dit is die einde van my storie, baie dankie vir julle aandag.
Dit 'n kommentaar van my kant af, en ons kan dit dalk in die vraatyd kry. Keer is baie interessant. As ek jou reg verstaan het, jy gepraat van omtrent so 50, 53, so dit is 47% onttrekking van plantbeskikbare water. Dit is 'n optimale, ek dink dit is heel wat droër as wat meeste boere by afbereik.
Nee, maklik.
Ja, maklik. Ja. Okay, die volgende persoon is Benny. Diedericks. Ek dink mense wat laas jaar was en ons nog nie weet nou by Benny is en die wat nie vir Benny nie. Ek het Benny kom al lank aan en Benny was een van die ouens gewees wat grootste motiveerder was, of my gemotiveerd het, of gerustgestel het, dat ek maar die stap kan neem om Labserve te begin. So, en Benny is een van die ouens wat van 'n Labserve se oogpunt, dink ek, regtig deel voel van die familie. Iemand wat ons baie waardeer. So Benny, dankie. Ons het vir Benny gevra want dit is in sy agtergrond in die jare van ondervinding wat hy het om met orgaans materiaal te werk en ons wil gevra om hieroor te praat. Maar eintlik, die meeste van hierdie onderwerpe was eintlik Benny se idee geweest in elk geval wat ons bespreek is vandag. So dit is eintlik so al sy eie onderwerp op die tafel. Okay, Benny.
Dames en heren, ek sê dat ek moes al 5 minute terug klaargemaak het volgens die So, die deel my leesomgewissing is op die website. Dit gaan baie gauw gaan, want ek lees net die machine uit in. Ek moet praat oor organiese materiaal vir bemesting. Ek dink almal van julle weet redelik baie daarvan af. Dis nie 'n vreemde onderwerp vir julle nie. So ek het miskien baie min niks te sê daaroor. Die idee is net om gedagtes te prikkel, want soos ek vir Pieter verstaan het, ek gee net 'n inleiding en dan gaan daar baie vrae wees en dan kan almal mekaar help. En dan is ek van die daar's my hele eerste. Dis is so dis. En ek sal nou 'n bietjie groter maak net so dat julle kan sien maar dis soos dit gaan wanneer mense lesing uitwerk. Die van julle wat lesings doen, dit werk maar so. Jy begin met stapel en pol en lytjies en goed om in mekaar pas en nie by mekaar pas nie. Ek weet nie of julle kan sien op die ding, want ek kan nie veel sien maar die kanse goed is daar. Ek het nou nie geweet voor my so baie kriptous gevat nie, maar jy kan nie sien. Ja, ek moet nog nie so stijl. En waar gaan het? Het gaan oor winstgewende boerdery. Maak nie saak wat ons vandag sê, het gaan oor winstgewende boerdery. En dan moet jy kwaliteit en kwantiteit produseer. Ja, vir jy net een kry op produk, jy wil dan genoeg hê. En dan moet 'n mark wees. En die mense moet geld hê en dan stop op die goed en dan is hy op my waarde. Nou, hoe kry ons dit? Jy begin by goeie bestuur. Jy eindig by goeie bestuur. Daarvoor het jy mense nodig. Sorg dat jy die regte mense is, sorg dat jou mense is, daar's nie magic in 'n kan of in 'n sak. Daar's net magic in mense. Mense kan magic. Ok, dis nog 'n praat met mense. Jy kan nie praktyke nodig. Jy het stelsels nodig. Jy moet verstaan waarvan jy gaan. En al die goed sê ek net vir julle om konteks te skep. Konteks waaroor wat gaan ons, wat pas hierdie organiese goed nou in? So, jy het praktyke nodig. En daai praktyke word bepaal deur die klimaat en die grond. En byna het ons 'n lekker veld. Kan jy my hoor nie? Sorry, kan jy?
Kan julle hoor agter?
Nee.
Weet nie? Deel. Okay. Jy los maar.
Okay. Is dit nou te hard om te slaan? Is dit skyn so in jou oog. In die wynbedryf het ons hierdie fancy woord van terroir. En mense, dis waaroor dit gaan. Die konteks van die klimaat en die grond bepaal hoe lyk jou stelsels, hoe lyk jou bestuurspraktyke wat jy toepas. Dit lyk anders daar waar parleiboere is wat dit lyk hier waar ons boer. En die ouens, hierso sal ek jou vertel, oor die niks wat in Stellenbosch werk aan die kant die berg. Vra vir Frans, dit is 'n ander wêreld, dit is 'n ander gewas, wingerd is heeltemal 'n ander ding dan. So dit bepaal nou, hoe lyk die gewasse waarmee ons boer, wat onderstokke kies ons, onderstokke kies ons, byvoorbeeld, en hoe bestuur ons hierdie grond, hoe lyk ons bestuurstelsels. Nou, ek gebruik daai goed, hier knoppie. Ek is nie so baie oor die term grondgesondheid. Ek hou van die term resilience, en ek dink Corneille ook gebruik, die grondse vermoë om te herstel, om weer te gee, en aanhou te gee, en aanhou produktief te wees. En ek dink dis iets wat ons moet beskerm, ons moet dit oppas, en ek gebruik dit daai term. Dit is die buffer. Dit is die buffer wat ons het teen klimaatgoeders, dis die buffer wat ons het teen Eskom se krag ensovoorts. So werk daaraan en hoe doen ons dit? Ons grond het, ons sê maar 3 bene wat ons staan, 'n fisiese been, chemische been en 'n biologiese been. En ongelukkig trek die biologische been deesdae baie af. Veral as jy die term grondgesondheid gebruik, dan is dit die vleiberige man. So, as ons echt goed gaan kyk na die 3 komponente, dan is daar 'n gemeene faktor, commonheid. My vrou sê ek is beter as my man. En dit is koolstof. En ek saam met die koolstof sit ek kalsium en harties. Want daai 2 elemente vorm vir ons die basis van baie grondfisika goed wat gebeur, baie grondchemie en dan ook dan grondbiologie, as ek dit so kan stel. So, ek dink ons praktyke, ons stelsels moet dan daarop gemik wees om die koolstof in die grond op te bou, om dit te verhoog. En hierso wil ek so 'n bietjie waarsku teen al die goed uit Amerika uit van 4% koolstof en 6% koolstof. Wil die mense ons leef hier. Miskien is dit moontlik daar by jou, in die Weskaap, dit is wees realisties in wat jy die teikens wat jy vir jouself stel daaroor en hoe om dit te doen. So, daar is dan nou 'n paar maniere wat ek het geskryf daar, en ons kan dit seker uitbrei, hoe ons die organiese materiaal inhoud of dan koolstof op die grond gaan opbou. En ek het nou maar genoem met ons bewerkingspraktyke, hoe bewerk ons? En julle weet, niks breek koolstof op die grond so vinnig af soos bewerking. So, wat kan ons doen om bewerking te beperk, te optimeer? Volgende punt daar is dekgewasse. Ek dink dit is 'n great praktyk. Ons het 'n diverse redskapstukke in terme van wat beskikbaar is. En ons het kan bestuur in kombinasies daarvan. Weer iets wat werk in jou omgewing. Hoe oud is die poort of die blok waar jy werk? Daar's 'n groep aspekte om in ag te neem. Dis nie sommer net een woord wat staan, dis 'n hele stelsel wat jy moet kies en toepas en bestuur op jou plaas. En dan kunsmis of bemestingsstowwe. En ek het dit nou maar daar opgebreek. Minerale kunsmis of kunsmis wat in 'n sak kom en dan 'n organiese. So kom nou praat ons vanaf van organiese, dit ek moet nou tyd opmaak. Organiese misstowwe is kompleks. Dit plantvoedingsstowwe in, makroelemente, mikroelemente in. Dit het koolstof in, wat die meeste kunsmis dan nou nie het, want dit is al die goeders wat ek daarin het. En dan is daar nog microbiologie ook betrokken. Sê miswerk, komposwerk, daar is 'n klomp lewe in. So, dit is 'n komplekse ding waarmee ons werk. Dit is nie sommer net hoe ons daarmee werk, hang weer iets af van wat is die klimaatomstandighede, kry ons somer, kry ons nie, het ek drupbesproeiing, het ek mikrobesproeiing, al daai goed het 'n effek van my praktyke. Is dit 'n rygewas, is dit groente, is dit vrugte, en so voorts. Hoe hanteer ons dit? Om mis te strooi, om kompos uit te pak, om kaf te pak, om maas te pak. Dit is 'n koolstofaspek. Dit impakteer op 'n klomp ander in my bestuurstelsel. So ek moet daarna kyk, dit is belangrik dat ons dit in ag neem as ons daaroor dink binne die konteks van die bestuur van die hele plaas. Dat is die volgende punt daar. Oké, wat is my opsies in terme van produkte? En mense, ek het nou, maar miskien kan ek het later sê. Eerste is ek nou daar so kompos en bals as 'n organiese misstof. Dis 'n klomp materiaal wat afgebreek word, waarheen gaan dit? Deel gaan natuurlik op in die lug as koolstofdioksied, maar wat daarvan gaan in die grond in? Dan het ek dekgewasse waarvan ek al reeds gepraat het, en dan is al mis in Suid-Afrika, hierso in die Weskaap, die hele Suid-Afrika nie, maar in die Weskaap het ons hoofsaaklik hoendermis en beesmis. Hoendermis is waarskynlik die mis wat as meeste gestig word in ons omgewing, maar ek wil toch op punt maak oor beesmis. Ek was werk wat ek in Pieterland gedoen het, dat beeste het nie die vermoë om auksien af te breek. So beesmis het hoë konsentrasies van auksien. Iets wat byvoorbeeld nie in hoendermis is. Hoendermis se spysverteringsstelsel is anders. So as jy dink, jy sien 'n groener effek, omdat jy beesmis gebruik, as eerder as hoendermis, dan is jy waarskynlik. Ons weet auksien is 'n redelike groei stimule. Dan het ek nou so'n bietjie, ek steek my nek so'n bietjie uit, en ek sê maar diere kan ook 'n bron wees van organiese misstowwe. En ek sê dit uit die werk wat ons begin doen het rondom die regeneratiewe landbou, waar ons beeste, in ons geval kan ek weet wat beeste praat, is almal waar ons beeste terugbring in die wingerde. Dit is nie maklik nie, veral nie in vrugteboorde nie, en wingerde is dit redelijk maklik, en die bestuur van die diere is iets wat mens duidelijk deeglik in ag moet neem, maar alle mense doen en wat mense doen. Ek wil net enkele punte daar omtrent uitlig, en ons is nog op 'n stadium leer, ek kan nie julle alles sê nie, maar wat ons probeer nog uitvind. Maar in die beeste, as ons na die beeste kyk, in die ekskreties van beeste, as ek sommer klaar, ons het reacties gekry, wat ons nie verwag het. Reactie in die wyn en in die plant. En almal wat het aanwees was as die gevolg van die feit van die diere op die grond. Nou as jy gekyk na die ruimtevloeistowwe, die urine en die mis, dan bevat hulle almal metaboliete. Nou in die ruimtevloeistof is 160 metaboliete, urine 177 en in die mis 188. Maak nie eintlik saak presies hoeveel, dit is tot 'n mate afhanklik van wat die bees eet. Maar hierdie metaboliete het 'n impak op die plante. En baie van hierdie metaboliete is oksine. Soos ek het maar net 'n paar dae genoem, indorasynsuur, butyric acid, propionsuur, trichotinool. Daai name sal vir julle bekend klink, want hulle het almal groeistimulante. Dit is produkte wat byvoorbeeld kommersieel gebruik word om te groei aan te help en sulke goeders. So ek mense hierdie produkte eintlik dan nou in die grond as deel van die reaksie op die bewerkings of op 'n bestuurspraktyk. Nou moet ek sê, ek is self nie seker, is ek nou besig met plantvoeding, of is ek besig met wat is die term wat ek al gebruik het, plant growth promoters, PGR's, wat daar sê, daar is 'n afkorting af. So, nou, hierby kan ons nou begin handel as produkte soos vishydrolisaat, fulvinsure, heminsure, dis allemaal organiese produkte wat 'n rol speel, miskien nie direk in voeding, soos ons het in NPK, maar in die ons noem het maar die biochemische prosesse wat in die grond plaasvind. As ek nou lang terug onthou by grond kan uit, was daar hierdie ding wat rondom die wingerdwortel is, hierdie diffuse dubbele laag. En dit is 'n magic area. Dit is iets waar hierdie omgewing waar die wortel in kontak is met die grond en die chemie wat daar gebeur is nogal hoor. So, ek sê hierdie goeders want dit is kompleks. Maar ons moet het vir onsself op 'n manier eenvoudig bestuurbaar maak, maar onthou net, daar's 'n klomp faktore wat inspeel hierop. Ek sluit dan af met, so wat, so moet ons nou organiese materiaal gebruik, moet ons dit nie gebruik nie, is daar iets vir ons in, want ons moet op die ouend geld maak om te boer, maar ek dink daar is genoeg ontledings gedoen, wat sê, maar daar is hier een verskil tussen die kwaliteit van organische geproduceerde producte versus conventioneel geproduceerde producte. Dit is nie meetbare verskil in termen van laboratoriums. Maar wat gebeur in die grond? Hoe volhoubaar is ons praktyke? Hoe balanseer ons korttermyn doelwitte met langtermyn beplanning of oogmerke wat ons het vir die plaas? En hoe integreer ons hierdie stelsels? Want ek dink nie een van die twee kan noodwendig op sy eie bestaan. En daai is die uitdaging in termen van optimale bestuur van dit wat ons het en nie verlei te raak met impulsies of kom ek sê produkte aan die ander kant. Pieter, dit is my storie.
Materiaal is belangrijk, maar ons kan nou een gesprek voeren oor wat is gedoen en wat is nie in die grond. En ek dink dit word baie in 'n groot mate bepaal deur die gewas en die klimaat waarin 'n mens boer. Ons kan nou net daaroor gesels. So ek is volgende, dit is baie kort, baie vinnig en dan kan ons gesels. Ek wil baie graag net twee stukkies data met julle deel en net 'n bietjie perspektief gee. So 3 minute dan is ek klaar. Ons het nou in 'n projek wat ek doen by CRI, wat deur CRI befonds is, wat nou onlangs begin is die projek, het ons 'n klomp bome, citrusbome op elke geval uitgehaal en die hele boom uitgehaal. Wortel van die wortels af, letterlik elke deel van die boom ontleed. En met oosthuis en eintlik mag kwantifiseer hoeveel, nou ek gaan nou net vir julle stikstof, fosfaat en kalium wys, is in 'n boot, in daai boot. Okay, en ek wil dit net so 'n bietjie in perspektief stel. So ons het die boom uitgehaal, dit is 'n doorkort boot, op elke paal, daar's 1300 bome per hektaar en die produksie so 60 ton. En soos ek gesê het, ons het die boom heeltemal uitgehaal. Fynwortels, al die wortels ontleed, letterlik elke deel ons het opgebreek. So, ek wil as julle wil weet, kan ek vir jou sê, hoeveel stikstof is in die fynwortels, hoeveel is in die dikke wortels, die lote, alles. En in elk geval, sonder die vrugte, is dit basies die syfers wat ons gekry, maar wat ek eintlik uitkom, is saam met die vrugte, ek praat van 60 ton vrugte, is daar per hektaar in die biomassa, hoëgronds, ondergronds, in totaal 320 kg stikstof per hektaar, 20 kg fosfaat en 173 kg kalium. Dit is wat saam met die vrugte binne daai bome is, hoëgrond, ondergrond, alles. Nou as jy dit vergelyk met wat die areas in die Weskaap bemes per jaar, dan is hier so syfers wat opname wat ons gedoen het. Julle kan sien, dit wissel tussen 144 kg stikstof en 520 kg stikstof per jaar. met 'n gemiddel van omtrent 315. Ek dink 'n meer realistiese een is miskien nie so by 160, 170, miskien 180 kg stikstof by die boere gee. Maar as 320 kg stikstof in die bome, fosfaat, gemiddeld 26 kg fosfaat per hektaar wat gegee word, maar in die boom totaal, in daai boom is 20 kg fosfaat. En dan kalium, 280 kg kalium, ek dink die laagste wat ons opgetel het is 178 kg kalium per hektaar in die Weskaap. Maar dat is net 173 kg kalium per hektaar in die totale boom van 8 jaar oud. Tafeldrywer, dis werklik wat ons gedoen het, toe ek op by die voorby gewerk het, spinnige opsomming. Interessant, dis 'n tafeldrywer, dan is die Oranje rivier, dis Thompson, op Ramsey. Biomassa totaal is meer as 'n citrusboom. Jy kan sien, die totale stikstof daar is ons meer as 520 kg per hektaar, 63 kg fosfaat, 270 kg hektaar. En 'n konservatiewe bemestingsprogram, dis nou ek het nie, dis wat ek beskou as baie konservatief en ons daar geen miskien nie fosfaat nie. Dis 120 kg stikstof, 40 kg fosfaat, 60 kg fosfaat in die totale boord is. 140 kg kalium per hektaar per jaar, 270 kg in die boord. Okay, so ek wil net aan julle voorhou en as my vraag wat moet ons hiervan aflei? Wat maak ek daarmee? Okay, so is besig om heeltemal in verbandheid te bemest of gaan ons inboek as ons bemestingsprogramme begin verlaag. Okay, dis tyd, dis nou kommentaar en vraagtyd. Kan ons nou wat julle lees het gaan? Hier met ek bedoel, dit is aan iemand wat iets wil vra rondom wat Kobus gesê het. Ek dink, begin met, die 6 begin met Kobus, of iemand uitslaat. Ja, Kobus, wat Kobus gesê het rondom braak. Iets omtrent braak. Ek het 'n vraag. Die vraag is wat maak as jy braak grond? En jy braak water. Jy sê dit is 'n boord en jy weet ek dink nou tipies is en een van die goed wat heeltyd in die spook is as 'n tyd weer ons daar die oop water so opgedroog en jy sien veel water gehad en die enigste waterkwaliteit wat hulle het is water met 'n hengse hoë natrium, hengse hoë kloried en hulle sit bedryflik in 'n swart grond en die grond is effens brak. Hoe moet hulle dit bestuur? Moet hulle ander bespreek met die grond nat hou die hele tyd? Wie wil iets omtrent sê? Wie kommentaar daar omtrent? Hoe sê julle dit benader? En ek dink is net daai voorbeeld, ek dink dit is al hoe meer van mense daai situasie in beweeg. Ou sit met 'n boorgat, gaan deur droë jare, boorgat se kwaliteit val. En wat as ek nou luister na wat Kobus gesê het, is hy sê weet jy brak stres kan die plant nog beter hanteer as waterstres, ek reg Kobus. So wat beteken dit? Dis die implikasie, gee maar as jy brak water en gee maar vir water. Sorg net dat daar water in die stelsel is.
Maar ek dink die strategie is om te probeer om te reach, jy weet soveel so wat jy kan met die brak water en as jy dan water het wat vir 'n bietjie beter gehalte is, dat jy dit gebruik om verder in die seisoen te gaan. Daai aanvanklike besproeiing tot by set, byvoorbeeld wonderskap en weet en 'n ander plant, ek dink dit is belangrik. Daai brak moet uit die grond uit wees so veel as moontlik, want die impak op set is enorm. Die brak onder daai omstandighede, alles word net die amplitude is net hoog, alles raak net erg. En dan sit jy nou in 'n situasie waar jy nie reg dit kan gaan. Die ander strategie is probeer nou maar kyk waar nie of jy dieper kan boor wat is. vaste water onderkry. Die wells op die oomblik is maar so 200-300 meter. Dit is maar heel dieper van as dit. Ek nie kan vaste water kry nie, maar ander dan dit, moet jy dit bestuur, want ek weet, daai uitweiding wat plaasvind binne in die sand, en het zware grond, dit is nog maar, daai 500 hektar plaas is meestal sand neembaar, maar is ook ander, van sê nog omtrent 200 hektar, so in totaal omtrent 700 hektar wat onder hierdie omstandighede besproei word. En die eerste foto wat ek gewys het, is aan die voorkant, dis soos die dak leg, dis die sout, die grond. So mens moet, en daar is het een baie zware grond, het kan ook maar leem, en selfs een heel tyd. So, daar is die moeilijkheid nog groot. En daar moet een mens versigtig wees. Ek kan ook nie gewoon kan net nat hou, want dan is die wortelstelsel weer te nat. En dan is die suurstof op die grond. So, en die kompos word op die plaas gemaakt. So, daar moet een mens ook baie goed monitor. Al die kompos wat gebruik word, as tonne wat gebruik word. Die moet een mens goed monitor vir stikstof en so vloed. Want te veel stikstof is ook nie goed om ons te gaan.
Yes, Benny.
Pieter, ek dink jy weet, ons moet voorkomend probeer doen. Droogte is 'n gegewe, dit gaan kom. So dit help nie, ons oorbemest en ons oorbeskroei en ons sit nie met wortels met diepte nie. Dis basiese goed wat ons moet reg. So sorg dat jy 'n plant diep wortelstelsel het. Sorg dat jy nie oorbemest nie. Sorg dat jou besproeiingsskedulering optimaal is. Mals, iets wat hierdie seisoen weer nou ons reënval raak al hoe meer wisselturig. Wat doen ons om die water op die plaas te hou? Dat dit nie wegloop. So hoe lyk ons paaie, hoe lyk ons afvoerslote, sodat as ons water kry, dat ons dit optimaal kan gebruik om lange sulke te kan droog, maksimum kan opvang enzovoort. So, ek het nie regtig antwoord van as dit nou 7 jaar is, in die 7de jaar van droogte is, maar ek voel, ons kan 'n klomp goed doen wat ons help om in die eerste 3-4 jaar baie beter te oorleef. Maak ons bome kleiner. Ek begin op werk aan die boomstruktuur, kleiner plante enzovoort. Maar vir my is dit geïntegreerd. Dit help ons wag tot ons in die moeilikheid is.
Dankie Benny. Kobus, jy wou?
Nee, ek wil eintlik iets sê wat iets van opmerking maak rondom land se aanbieding. Ek dink wat mense nie altyd besef is dat daai eerste plant en daai eerste ontleding van die grond en daai aantal gate wat jy maak, sodat jy so fyn as moontlik die lyne kan sny op die bodem. Dit is uiters belangrik. As jy sit op 'n boot wat jy of 'n hanger wat die grondtype so verskil soos wat dit hier verskil binne 'n paar meter. En jy sit op verskille in groei van die boom, dan het jy 'n major probleem. Want dan kan jy daar monsters neem en soos, kom ons wees nou maar eerlik, daar word nie altyd soveel monsters geneem soos wat daar moet geneem word nie. En hulle word ook nie altyd so verstryk geneem soos hulle moet geneem word nie. As jy dan op plekke sit, monsters neem waar die groei nie uniform is, dat jy heterogene groei, het jy 'n baie groot probleem wanneer jy monster neem as jy bloot gevestig is. Maar die opname en die gewondheid is verskillend. Die grond is verskillend, die opname is verskillend en hier kom normaalweg rare af by die laboratorium. En die opname is anders. Die wortels reageer aan. En vir dit het jy 'n absolute random sample nodig wat so goed as moontlik is.
Dankie Kobus daarvoor. Ek gou voor ons aanstap van Kobus se lesing af 'n kommentaar wat hy gemaak het wat ek my nogal interessant was in die konteks van vraag, maar ek het dit al opgetel en ek dink saam met magnesium wat een van daai knoppies is wat aanleiding gee tot eksponensiële ontwikkeling van braak is die antagonisme tussen kalium en magnesium. Ek weet nie van julle nie, maar dit is nogal as ons praat van antagonismes, is dit waarskynlik een van die sterkste antagonismes wat ek persoonlik in die veld en terme selfs van blaarontledings optel. Ek weet of julle daarmee saamstem nie. En jy weet in 'n swak gedreineerde grond waar magnesium baie keer baie hoog kan raak en kalium juist 'n rol speel by die waterhuishouding van die plant. Dit is sommer net iets wat by my nou toe uit die lesing verkeerd opgekom het.
Ja, maar ek kan sê dat die magnesium kom daar bandstemmende kroses voor en jy weet ons so magnesium word gepostuleer as deel daarvan.
Ja.
Destijds werk by dit voorbij, maar daar is ook nie recht met de antwoord op. Maar dat kan wel belasten, so magnesium wordt nou baie streng gemonitord. Vir daai antagonisme. Omdat het nou baie met kalium te doen het, baie kalium met donker.
Ja, interessant, dankie Kobus. Oké, kom ons spring gou na Heinz se lesing rondom bespreking en opname. Waar is Heinz? Is Heinz gaan? Dit is my interessant geweest dat Heinz spesifiek is in die navorsing wat hy gebeurt by Klama. Hierdie? Het is my interessant geweest dat hy gepraat van, as ek oor reg verstaan het, 47% onttrekking van plantbeskadiging beskikbare water is waar jy optimale opname van stikstof en voedingselemente kry. Dit is heel bedroend as wat ek dink waarby vir wyndrywe waar ons aanvullend bespreek is wat meeste gewasse teen besproei word. Ek dink by tafel en citrus, as hulle nou stres, dan gaan hulle na 50% onttrekking doen. En dan dink jy ons hulle stres. Ek weet nie, iemand 'n kommentaar daaroor aanmerk. Yes.
Okay, wel, aanmerking, so dit staan, ek kom van Labserve Mycro, waar dageliks in bespreek, en was hier van ek weer aan. En ek sê nie is reg te doen nie, unqualified mechanic, en op 'n Ferrari en daar nie. Maar wat ons basies sê is, ons beste performing blok, was op 'n redelike lewerige swaarder as ons ander gewees. Nou het ons bome wat 4 meter hoog is en die wortels gaan nie dieper as 35 cm, dis van die kunstige wyse. En hy was eintlik van ons beter performing blokke, maar hy was effens korter as al die ander blokke en teoreties is moontlik dat die klein wortelstelsels 'n impak op gehad het, maar toe ek omskakel na langer siklusse en daai blok het ek van die begin af omdat ons sulke vlak wortelstelsels met 'n inflaksielaag binne in die rug. So jy vorm eintlik jou eie inflaksielaag daar. Veral met hoë veilig aan stiksel, dan verbrand die basies in 'n koolstof en mikroorganismes waar jy bakterieë die koolstof met daai stiksel verbrand. Nou flokuleer die klei in die sluk en jy bring hom af tot die einde van die bespreekinglaag. Nou vorm jy 'n bespreekinglaag waar ek het 'n kompaksielaag 5 jaar na ons met 'n bolderhuis met 'n 1 meter diep tang, rib en kruisryk, 5 jaar na en op 'n rib. En as die rib 80 cm hoog en die kompaksielaag is 40 cm diep binne in die rib. En nou veroorsaak jy dit. En in 5 maande breek ons weer daai kompaksielaag met irregular bespreking. So ons het later by 'n punt gekom waar ons basies 'n hele week se bespreking op die naweek. Ek het hom 36 ure op die slag gegooi. Dit is 1 liter in die druppels, 1 meter spasering, so dit is nie so baie nie. Maar onmiddellik 5 maande later het jy dubbel die worteldiepte en ons praat oor worteldiepte en toeganklike reënwater wat in die grond sit. En nog verder, dit is nou ek het nou aktiewe worteltrappe op my 800 mm. Jy weet met so aktiewe wortels op 800 mm. So ek dink die kan ek summarize. Dis nou like goed maar as jy praat oor teuke, jou wortel of jou salman hardheid, wortels, daar is nie 'n plant in die wêreld, behalwe dalk iets in die reënwoud, wat nie in die wortels 'n wisseling van vloeistof kan hanteer. En veral in verskillende vlakke. En hoe korter die wortel is, hoe moeiliker is dit. Maar met 'n 1 meter diep wortelprofiel kan jy 100% van maklik plant beskikbare onttrekking en bo, maar die plant ervaar geen stres nie, omdat jy vol onttrekking in het. En ek het dit is ervaar.
Ja, ek dink die plant het vermoë om water te skuif in die wortels. Ek dink ek en hy het op die stadium in citrus daal kyk na 'n boord citrus en Loan het gesê dit realisties is, maar dit was vir my ongelooflik dat die wortelsysteem so diep was om die produsent te veel water te gee op beslag en die ondergrond eintlik versadig gehou. Die enigste plek waar die wortels genoeg suurstof kon kry, as die grond uitdroog, was die bo. Die wortels nooit daaronder groei nie. En hy het vir die produsent gesê, luister, begin jou siklusse verander. Gee korter siklusse, bietjie meer gereeld en laat die ondergrond net uitdroog. En dit was hy het my 3 maande later die foto's gewys. Soos hy volle profiel toegegroei. 'n Citrusboom bestaan op binne 3 maande. Sy weet wortels wat so diep as afgegroei tot by 600, 700. En binne 3 maande, net omdat hy die waterhuishoudings binne daai, weet net die grond 'n bietjie laat uitdroog, 'n bietjie suurstof daarin gekry. En okay. Dan hier sien
jy maar hoe die laveld kom baie langs op. Die laveld sien die tyd is so heeltemal anders as ons aansoekers.
Ja.
Dieselfde.
Ja.
Timing van groei, fisiologische stadium. Maar dan is jy nie meer die tyd, dis baie goed. Ek sweet as ek vinnig opstaan.
Ons is al aan alwees gevoel. So ons is, ek kan nie presies vergelyk met die tyd hierso nie, maar ons is tipies baie droër as wat makadamia as eintlik wil hê. Ons is op die suboptimal area as het plan. Maar ja, kyk, hazy view en low street is besonder droog, dus as het warm. En dan reën dit as het nie warm is. So dis maar dat ons het vir die algemeen so op die so net nie nog meer op die restaurant. Ja, as die musiek is.
Okay, kijk ons het zo maar aanbeleef. Goed, volgende sprekers is Damen. Staan hier, you're involved in Brigitte?
Ja, ik just going to join you with the second.
Okay, so dat is het laatste stukje. Tom Murray is bij Woolworths. Hy is die ou wat seker maak dat as ons iets by Woolworths koop, ons gesonde kos koop met minimum residue, is nie niks residue, want minimum residue. En Tom, jy weet, so dis nou weer werk van die grond af, maar hy het al stap die uitdaging wat vir ons sê rondom hierdie balans tussen om veilige kos te gee, wat verwagtinge te hanteer, wat is prakties vir die produsente om nog steeds volhoubaar te doen en die werk te doen. Hulle kan nie eenvoudig die werk leer van die bedryf van plantdoders af nie. So, en hy is ou wat baie battles verklein, al is dit net vir Woolworths, help my al die ander produsente in die proses. So, thanks Tom. Thanks Tom.
Fantastic entrance. I'm just going to add a bit of a disclaimer here. If I've used the government at any stage, that's Tom Murray talking, not Google's. Okay, so just I wore my Asda jacket, so I confuse you guys as well. This presentation I haven't given to anybody before, so it's a bit of a mix of a presentation, but it kind of shows where we're trying to go. And Corné, your speech or your presentation earlier resonated with me, and actually the second half of this presentation was started with your green stink bug. I'm an entomologist by trade, so I'm not the agronomist that everybody's been talking about the soil here. I'm listening and thinking, oh, that's nice, but I don't quite know what you're talking about. But I'm going to talk a bit about pesticides, which I'm an outsider looking into the government and looking into agriculture, and I'm also an outsider trying to talk to government. And sometimes it's very one-sided, it just goes in and in and doesn't come back at all. And sometimes we get a response where they just say no. So this presentation is in two halves, and let me go ahead and introduce it to you. So, Corné mentioned where we're going, a very, very rocky road ahead with regards to the pesticides at the moment. We have very old legislation. It was updated, the Act was updated last year, end of August. And the Act took some stuff out, and the Act put some stuff in, like we're going to fast track the registration of biologicals. No mechanism was given in the Act. It just says we're going to fast track things, we're going to favour biologicals. And I haven't seen it helping anybody at all. So there's nice words on a paper document, which is very, very old, and it doesn't seem to be helping the biological industry. And just an aside, for those of you who don't belong to SARBO, we encourage you to join SARBO. We are members, and we are hopefully working with them to drive government policy. So, if you go into the web and you have a look at all the NGOs that are around South Africa, you will see quite a few of them have highly hazardous pesticide lists. This is one of the local NGOs. And highly hazardous pesticides are the ones that were kind of developed in World War II to kill people. Then they used all the stockpiles afterwards to start killing insects, so your organophosphates and all that kind of stuff. A lot of them are still registered here. Some of them are sort of registered, so if you take something like chlorpyrifos, isn't banned, but it's not registered. And so it's in kind of a no man's land. And we have quite a few who 1A and 1B that fall under the GHS that were going to be banned, and I'll refer to that later because I cannot pick up stories from the government, so this presentation has been adapted as I go along. We do a bit of our own work. I've got my two ladies sitting at the back there with Fika and Lisa Marie. This is work we did. I actually asked for 300,000 Rand to do more work on citrus this year, and Woolworths turned me down, so we're not doing more work on citrus. So Wafika and Lisa Marie have to get the abuse again on their area. We do testing, resistance testing of fungicides, and this is for botrytis, and it's quite horrific what we're finding. And the one question I ask farmers is when you have your chemical supposed come to your farm, do any of you actually ask, does this chemical work? Or are you just selling the feel-good factor? How many of you have actually asked to see the EC50 test report? And you should be asking for that EC50 test report because you guys are paying a heck of a lot of money for potentially something that doesn't work. And the scary thing about this is that botrytis here, you've got all the fungicides in the same group, so resistance to one is resistance to the other in the same group. And the best one of all here, which I was always told you wouldn't get resistance to because it's multimodal, is folpet. We're seeing mild resistance because one of the forms of actual modes of action that it has been broken. So it's not an issue with folpet yet, but there is mild resistance due to the fact that one of its modes has been taken away from it, which is very, very frightening for a fungicide like folpet. So repeated usage of a limited number of pesticides driving resistance across herbicides, fungicides and pesticides in general. Insecticides, GRM, Global Resistance Management app. If you're on farming and you don't have that app on your phone, on the front screen, I would put this app on the front screen. You also, it now incorporates frac and all of their information, so I would have this on my phone, and when your rep comes to sell you something that's from KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga and Limpopo, and that's one of the old bits of chemistry that I don't want to see gone because if used correctly in the right place, they use it in the huts, spraying the huts, it saves our country a fortune. And when they did ban it back in the early 2000s, we had a huge spike in malaria cases, and also resulted in the organophosphates that were being used, resulted in the resistance developing in the mosquitoes. And I think it was Anopheles funestus that came back with a vengeance when they banned DDT. So DDT is looking after funestus very nicely. So we want the highly hazardous pesticides that are past their prime gone, but there's also products that we want to keep because they have very, very good use if used correctly. Now, how PIC is going to work? We are in the so once the minister thought the smoke had kind of died and everybody had forgotten about UPL, we then said, all right, we're going to join PIC again, and we're now going to enact legislation. And the legislation is currently going through. CropLife is probably looking at this and thinking, oh, I can see the writing on the wall of this. Because the writing on the wall is going to come through. They're not going to be banning pesticides per se. You aren't going to see a huge change in our legislation where they're going to come out, other than this GHS one, which is in the next one, where they're going to come out and say we're banning this. Because all they have to do is prior informed consent. Implemented is say no. So when somebody says, I want to import a particular pesticide, the minister just says no. And that's it. You can't bring it in. So you're not banning the product, you're also preventing the product from coming into South Africa. And the issue that we have is we don't have a pesticide manufacturing industry anymore. We import all pesticides. So to effectively ban a lot of the pesticides that aren't liked by a lot of people, they're going to use PIC. So when this is implemented in about probably a year or two, you are going to see a lot of this, no you can't, no you can't, no you can't, or maybe. So watch out, this is going to be used, there's a methamidophosph there. This is Paraguay, so Paraguay is using it, but they haven't banned methamidophosph, they're just saying no, 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 no. Is that Tegniese Dag, I haven't got the glasses on, don't know which country that is. Canada, they've said no. Costa Rica has said no. So you don't have to ban a pesticide if you have PIC legislation. Easy, job done. Now, GHS, CMR. This is a very interesting one. I was quite alarmed. A couple of years back, the registrar sent out a nice notice to everybody that all the GHS CMR pesticides are going to be banned. So I did what I normally do, I contacted him and said, can you send me a list of these pesticides? He said, no. The reason why he couldn't send me a list of pesticides is because he didn't know what he was banning. He then gave this to CropLife. Now, we do have GHS, the GHS is implemented in South Africa. Department of Labour implemented GHS. And for very, very good reason. And it's very good. And GHS, if you haven't seen it, has the purple book. Now, if you go scrolling through the purple book, you will find a way to determine. There's a formula there, which I don't understand. So if any of you are cleverer than me and understand the formula in the purple book, because I was hoping in this presentation, I've actually contacted somebody who I consider quite advanced, and I said to them, treat me like an absolute fool and do me a worked example of what it should look like. So, yeah, I'm still waiting. So, when the registrar gave this to CropLife to look at, they did what they do. They're European pesticide importers, so you go to ECHA. Now, ECHA isn't GHS, so you have UN GHS, which we have implemented as law, and all the, as you can see, this nice conversation I was having in a meeting last week. CropLife went to ECHA and gave the used the completely wrong data to now ban a number of pesticides in this country. Some of them have derogation until for a year or so. And one of the groups in this, which I had to chat with Jonathan again, is all the rodenticides. Many of your rodenticides that we have are warfarin based and or advanced warfarin. So I said to Jonathan in a meeting, I said, you know, if you have a look at the European Union, they looked at this and they looked at banning this, but the environmental impact of banning your anticoagulant rodenticides far outweighs the issue that these things cause. And then I also happened to say to them that I was on warfarin for 2 years, I feel kind of okay. So why is the Department of Health handing warfarin out like these sweeties to people like me? And you're banning it. You know, because you're saying it's the carcinogenic, mutagenic, reproductive. And I think warfarin is a reproductive, is classified under reproductive. So the answer to that was, that's the Department of Health, we're the Department of Agriculture. And I was like, but don't you see you banning something that the Department of Health sees as necessary? And we also, as retailers, we also see the anticoagulant insecticides as necessary because we are going to have a major rat problem. All of you might have seen that little rat floating in the bread last week that was perfectly cooked. So it takes 30 minutes to cook a rat, I understand now. If you want to put one, and because it was perfectly cooked, there was no juice, it didn't. And it went through the slicer, it got on TikTok, and I said, thank goodness it was Sasco, not yours. And I was like, yes. But you're going to see more of it. And the Department of Environmental Affairs has also taken it and said, oh, they're also banning all these warfarin for use in their programs. And they spend a good, I'd say a good 800,000 rand a year, 800 million rand a year on pesticides in their programs. And so I said to the Department of Environmental Affairs, what are you going to use? Because now you've limited your options to vitamin D. And they said, yeah, we're going to use vitamin D. So I said, well, if you just have one option, you're just going to use vitamin D, what's going to happen to the rats and rodents you're trying to feed that? They're going to develop resistance to vitamin D. And I said with regards to the warfarin-based products, if somebody, and 20% of the suicides over the last 3 years in the Western Cape have been related to true rodenticides, not the street poisons. If somebody comes in with a anticoagulant poison, it's actually a fairly easy one to treat because you've got vitamin K. And I then asked her, what do you use to treat a vitamin D overdose? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know either, because she couldn't tell me. So we're stepping into an area where potentially we're banning something and actually giving a worse option. And because you have limited options now other than tracks and sticky traps that you're not allowed to use, you're now going to have resistance developing to the rodenticides. So it's a very interesting point in case, and also they shouldn't have used the ECHA numbers. So all the legislation that was implemented earlier this year is based on the wrong database. So we all know this is okay. And I said to Jonathan, going to change. I have a very interesting life. So we should have used the UNGHS numbers and the formulae in the purple book. Download the purple book. Any of you can figure out that formula in the purple book. It's about 4 pages that it goes through. If you figure it out, please tell me and give me a worked example, because I'm not that bright when understanding very posh language. And that's the case. So, as you can see, I have upped my presentation skills. It's auto runs. I don't have to try sit there trying to get them down. Well, I did last time. So, I've now reached the second part of my presentation, and this is a project I'm doing. I'm working with Brigitte, who's sitting in the back there, a fine colleague of mine, and a very similar way of thinking with regards to how do we protect the pesticides that we need, and how do we get rid of the rubbish that we don't, and then how do we actually navigate it while government is doing whatever they are doing. Because if you don't look after yourself, government's going to introduce some very fancy legislation based on a reactionary approach, and you are going to run out of pesticides very soon. So the approach of going to biologicals, to me, makes huge sense, and I see there's real IPM on the crowd. We actively encourage the use of their products, and also everybody else in the biological industry's products. We've taken them on road shows with our Vision Zero. So basically what we are looking to do, we are aiming to have in about 10 years' time that any product that hits our shelf, excluding products that require a post-harvest fungicide, any product that hits our shelf should have 0 residues. And you can do it, because in fruit we're actually a heck of a long way down the road. When we test, we find nothing. And we test citrus for years because we know we're going to find nothing, which is really frustrating because we should find post-harvest fungicides, but they export it to the UK and the EU and they don't like it there. So that's why we have rots on shelf at certain times of the year, and we really struggle because of the fact that we are finding no residues. And they say, oh no, there's TBZ on there, and I say, where? And so we've done a lot of testing to look for the stuff that isn't there, so we know what batches of fruit and product to use faster. I'll take you off the word now. So, I'm going to talk you through a few moss species here, but this is the main one that is causing cut, right? It's a very interesting one, and about 2015, I started handing out traps, light and fan traps, to our suppliers. So in our supply base, there's probably about 50 light and fan traps. And the tomato growers got given them. I was saying to them, guys, you've got to start monitoring. If you aren't monitoring, you don't know when the peak flights are, and you don't know what time they're flying, and if you don't understand them, how are you going to control your pest? And a lot of them got the traps, and I think they just got left in the box and never used. But a bit of adversity hit our tomato growers with the arrival of tutor, and it's continued to cause absolute pain. And down here in the Western Cape, it's causing just as much pain. And it also likes potatoes. So I don't think it actually impacts the tuber itself. I think it just impacts the top of the potato because the rest is quickly underground. But you are then, with all the potatoes that are left over at the end of the season, the plants that are left over growing wild, you then created quite a reservoir for the people like the reddies. And when the wind blows south, those things all migrate south very quickly, and they love tomatoes. And you then have an issue. So the tutor develops very happily on any of the tomato potato family, but they really love tomatoes and potatoes. So you have a big problem in the tomato industry. And so those the light and fan traps that I dished out many years ago, all of a sudden they're in flavor again, and they should be, because it's a very good way of doing things. Now the project that we're working on now started with, funny enough, green stink bug in macadamias. Had one of our suppliers tell me, Tom, I've got an issue. And I said, yeah, you've got quite a few, and tell me the one that you're talking about now. And it was like green stink bug. I said, yeah, you're a little bit stuck. I think he contacted Real IPM, so Peter is using biologicals, but then once again, you aren't looking at it holistically. You've got the egg, you've got the nymphs, you've got the adult, you know, and you've got to actually try and see where you can control in the best way of controlling. And you should look at all stages of the insect's life. So I then said to Peter, and back in 2016, tunable LED lights were available, but it was 100,000 rand, so I asked Woolworths for money, and they said no. And everybody says no. And so I parked the project, and because the tunable LED lights were very cool to me, because I can then sit and fiddle and say, what wavelengths of UV do you like? What wavelengths of green do you like? We parked the project, and then we started it again last year, because LED prices have gone from 100,000 down to very reasonable. And here's the project installed. So you try to do something, and you go out and draw and it just wasn't quite working for me. And then happened to be chatting with the teacher, the issue with tutor and tomatoes. And I said, right, the funding that I can do is really funding this. So the funding that I received for investigating specific wavelengths of LED light for the stink bug was then changed to tutor. And then we got to the last cycle. This is bollworm, but it's very similar to tutor. It's also very similar to that of humans. My poor daughter at the back is going to take a bit of abuse now. So you have typical moth, egg, and then your instars, and then it pupates. So you've got basically 4 stages that it goes through. Traditionally, as farmers, we've looked, let's try and nuke these buggers. And you come out with the big guns during the day, and you think, geez, you are great, and you still have a bollworm problem. That's because the moth likes to fly at night time, likes to fly between 7 and 11 o'clock at night. And when you spray during the day, you aren't spraying moth, it's fast asleep. And if you bollworm in a raspberry, you don't hang around outside, because you know there's some farmer that's going to try to kill you shortly. So you get farmer that comes along and tries to kill you, for example, in raspberry, it's not going to happen because you're eating it from the middle out. With lettuce crops and all that, bollworm has a slightly different life cycle. It only tends to go right deep into the lettuce from about the 3rd install. I don't know why someone asked me, but they tend to hang around the outside. So you can possibly get a bit of control. And then there's also very good results with the registration of virus called Moldix back in about 2012 with Dummies is available as well that you can use. And then there's also real RPM will also have probably a meteorisium that you can use as a dredge. So there's quite a few ways of now looking at controlling this. Now, coming back to the human side of things, so when they little, they eat bloody everything. And so you can do the first 6 things to as a young child. Like they eat anything, they just like what's going on. And they find what they like, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to stay here. Teenagers, they pupate. So you can poke them in the eye, and you can poke them, they just wiggle a bit. That's like Carrie's ignoring me. She said you better to a mom now. I haven't do anything, but I'm sure, as I say, real RPM got a meteorisium, they could nuke that chap at that point. And you start looking holistically at your pet. Don't just go with the big guns because you've been eating your synthetic McDonald's since 1950 and your dad did it and everybody else did it. Start looking at other ways of controlling your pest and actually start looking at the life cycle. Understand the life cycle of your pest and then employ the best method of controlling it. Now, when they emerge and they are now very late teenagers, adults, what do they like to do? They like to party, they like alcohol and drugs. So, this is the perfect place to try and tutor or try and capture tutor by offering bright lights, a bit of alcohol in the form of a pheromone, and offering them a few girlfriends. If the girlfriends will come to the bright light, the boys will come, and everybody will have a heck of a party. So, this is the work we're doing at the moment, and the first light should be finished and hopefully being tested in about 4 weeks' time. And the aim with it is to take the current methodology that we use using light and having these last little electrocutors, but actually take it and make it specific and tailor it to the pest species that you are only going to focus on the pest species and nothing else. Because you don't, there are many ones that actually help with pollination, you know what still goes, but if you've got it at the standard electrocutor, the standard UV light, you're using anything that goes to that light. We know from history, and this is old research, so you can go look at it, you'll see light, UV, green and yellow. It doesn't tell you that. Your honeybee likes UV and blue, or midges like UV, blue and green. It's not really telling you, but it's not telling you the way of things. So basically, that's a generic way of looking at it. And this back in 2016, you've done research to see if anybody was looking at the target wavelengths that you can do. There was none. It was very little. And it's only been in the last 5-6 years that scientists have started looking at what wavelengths are insects attracted to, what pest species are attracted to specific wavelengths, because we now have fancy LED technology that doesn't cost as much, and you can tune in and actually start. And some very, very nice technology that's out there now. So this is the old method. I have this tractor phone, there's a solar one, they're all they have 2 12 batteries in it, there's the light on fan, you pop it, it blows and the tractor blow. Here's our friends in pheromone spice. You guys, from the others, we've got a pheromone, so it's a very good combination of additionally doing RPM and actually trying to understand the flights and when they were coming in and put boxes in that. You could possibly do a little bit of mechanical insecticide photorecord. Here is actually the green stink bug tuned light. So if you have around about 60,000 rand, you can order this from Japan. There's a battery, there's the link to the article. This light, the light wavelength and the combination of UV and green is actually patent. You just tweak it to other places, then you can use it and it shoots for the track phone. This told me that this is a 2022 patent board to fight quality and time. Each case is using a color that is not. And it's really amazing that color and it's all everything. And this was done in green thing by Japan, and there's a wavelength is available. And probably get some